Okay, good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay at the back? Yeah. Well, welcome along. My name is Matthew Birkinshaw. Alongside me is my colleague, Mr. Thomas Bristow, and we're the appointed inspectors to hold the examination of the Dacorum local plan. It's time to resume the hearings, and I'll very quickly run through some sort of procedural and general updates as to where we've got to. Before I do that, there are a few housekeeping matters to go through. So just turn to the council first. Can you just please let me know if there's any sort of fire and emergency procedures people need to be aware of whilst in the building?
Thank you, sirs. Good morning. So just by way of general announcements, we're not expecting a further fire alarm test today. We did have one at 9:30 as scheduled this morning. The fire evacuation alarm in the forum, as many have probably heard, is a voice alarm system rather than traditional siren. The alarm will announce that the building must be evacuated due to an emergency. On hearing the fire alarm, everybody must immediately leave the building by the nearest available route from the first floor. There are a stairwell right outside the doors here, and there's also another stairwell just beyond the lifts if needed. Please follow a fire marshal in that event. If in the event of a fire you would need assistance in using the stairs, please make reception aware. The main assembly point is at the Market Square. So if you go out of the council buildings and cross the pedestrian crossing lights and make your way down Marlowe's Market Square is a short walk from there. Toilets are located to the left after the lifts and also by the cafe on the ground floor. The hearing sessions today are being live streamed and recorded to be made available after the session. Please be aware and leave the council chamber if you do not wish to be filmed. Just by way of general instruction for microphones, the access to microphones, please press the button on the right-hand side to turn it on. The red light will indicate that the microphone is live and you can speak. Please turn your microphone off after you've been spoken. Please do not move the microphones to an alternative table as they are linked to the camera for the live stream. And please note that many of the microphones at the back do not have batteries plugged in, so will not work. I think that's everything, sirs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Program Officer is here today, Louise Singenhout. If anybody has any questions, concerns, please do catch Louise while she's in the building, or if not, her contact details are online. So any questions regarding the programme, hearing statements, documents, please do speak to Louise. There's another sort of technical update. For those of you who were here last time we sat in this chamber, you'll remember there was a few technical glitches and a few interference problems around the microphones. We did do a workaround, a slightly unusual workaround, where if everybody doesn't use their personal hotspots on their mobile phones, if you turn your mobile phones onto aeroplane mode, we had an awful lot of interference last time. For those who remember, there is Wi-Fi available. There's two Wi-Fis. I think there's a general Dacorum Borough Council Wi-Fi. There's also a conference Wi-Fi, and you should have the password for that on your desk. So there are sort of two other ways of getting online. I think the problem was people sort of messaging and using various mobile phones was just causing interference with the microphones. And whilst it's fine for us in the chamber, it was affecting the live stream for those people who decided to watch online at home. So a bit of an unusual one, but if you could please try and use the Wi-Fi, and as Mr. Layden said, just in terms of making sure that the microphones are turned off when you finish speaking and sort of engaging with the red lights when you wish to speak. I'll quickly run through where we've got to. Obviously, Mr. Bristow and I are here to sort of resume the hearings, and we're into sort of stage 3. And it's useful to sort of understand a bit of a recap as to where we've got to. So the earlier stages of the examination, you will recall, for those of you who were present, we talked about matters such as the Green Belt Review, we talked about legal compliance, we talked about the sustainability appraisal, and we talked about the strategy of the plan and understanding the fundamentals of the plan. We then, for the purpose of this council, we held a joint session with St Albans City and District Council, in St Albans Council Chamber, where we touched upon the strategic high-level matters relating to Hemel Garden communities. So again, that was strategic matters looking really at the strategy and some of the strategic issues around transport in particular. We spent a lot of time on that day talking about transport. So it brings us forward to this stage of the examination where we are sort of unpicking primarily the sites. So for the next 2 weeks, we are primarily looking at sites and some of the specific issues affecting this plan and trying to understand some of the more site-specific matters. So we're just moving on from strategy. This morning's session is slightly different. So this morning is a bit of a recap. For those of you who've been following the examination, you will have noticed that Mr. Bristow and I wrote to the council following those stage 1 hearings, and we tasked the council with doing some more work. That work was then published. We've seen everybody's comments on that work. And really this morning in particular is an opportunity just not to go over old ground. We don't need to revisit points. We don't need to hear all the evidence we've heard before. We've taken that into account and we'll continue to do so. It really is to look at that new evidence that the council produced and understand if people do have concerns with it, what those concerns are, and whether those concerns are justified. So for this morning, we don't really want to get drawn into some really high-level strategy discussions again. We've had those. And we don't need to get drawn into too much of the detail around the previous issues we talked about. It really is a sort of bringing back together and understanding the council's site selection methodology and the additional work that the council did over the summer. So that's where we are really in terms of sort of high-level sort of summary of the examination. And just again, I said it last time, I'll say it again. Mr. Bristow and I are here to examine the plan and determine whether or not it's sound. And if it's not sound, what modifications can be made to make it sound? Now, there are emission site developers around the table, and I sort of gave a bit of a health warning at the start of the last examination, and I'll give it again. We are not here to determine the soundness or otherwise of emission sites. That's not our role. If we conclude that the plan is not sound and that more sites need to come into the plan, we will task the council with going away and looking for those sites in the first instance. It's not a sort of a beauty parade. We're not here to say this site's better than the other one. However, as part of the site selection methodology, and especially around the green belt, there are logical discussions around, okay, well, why is there growth to the north of this town and not the south of this town? What were the issues you grappled with? What were the judgments that you took into account? What evidence did you take into account? So a bit of a health warning, I'll put it out there. I don't want to get dragged into my site's better than theirs, but there is naturally a debate and a discussion around some of the topics and some of the issues and some of the judgments that the council have reached in making their decisions. As we did previously, we'll break mid-morning for an adjournment. There is a separate session this afternoon. So again, for the programme, if you've got any queries, please speak to Louise. Perfect timing. She knew I was going to say that as she walked through the door. Please speak to Louise if you've got any questions around the programme. If there's no other questions, we'll go around the table as we have done at previous sessions. I'll start with my left-hand side. I'll start with the council. If you could just introduce yourself, let me and Mr. Bristow know who you are. If you're acting on behalf of a particular client, or landowner or residents association, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
So my name is Craig Howell-Williams of King's Council, and behind me is Mary Golden of Council. And on my left, Ronan Layden, and to his left is Keely Mitchell on behalf of the Local Planning Authority.
Good morning, Inspectors. John Goodall, DLP Planning Limited, on behalf of Angle Land and Developments with interests at Bank Mill in Berkhamsted.
Sometimes it's a little bit odd. I don't know what they need to warm up, if that makes sense. So if you sometimes press the button, they take a good minute or so to sort of the first time you use it, and then after that, it's fine.
Good morning, Hugh Siegel. I'm also representing Berkhamsted Residents Action Group.
seem to work. It's the right hand button. I don't know if you've got that.
Good morning, sirs. Tony Clements from Nexus Planning, representing Crest Nicholson and their land interests, land adjacent to Blakeberry Gardens at Berkhamsted.
Good morning, sirs. I'm David Churchill. I'm of Carter Jonas, representing Crowd Ace Homes in relation to land at Berkhamsted, Shooters Way.
Good morning, sir. My name is David Forster of King's Council. I'm representing the Grove Fields Residents Association, along with the gentleman to my left.
Good morning, sirs. Melissa Murphy of Council, representing Dacorum, instructed by Turley, and I've got Tim Burden of Thurley to my left in addition, and in fact, Brett Flashman of Dacorum behind me.
James Marici, King's Council, representing the Crown Estate on HMO1. I'll let the other members of the team who may speak introduce themselves.
Thank you, Heather Pugh, David Locke Associates, representing Crown Estate. I'm joined with my colleagues David Bird on transport matters and Sarah Gregory on sort of viability. We'll swap in and out as needed if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. There's no set agenda for today's session. As we did on previous days, we'll go through the matters, issues and questions. Again, if you wish to come into the discussion at any stage, put your nameplate on its side and we'll bring you in. Yes, it's a public hearing. Yes, we want you to engage. Yes, we want you to participate, but please do stick to the points you've made in your representations. It's not an opportunity to introduce any new points or make any comments that do not relate to representations that you have made. As I said, we are revisiting site selection methodology to some degree, and I think the letter that Mr. Brewster and I wrote to the council after the previous set of hearings is a sort of a useful sort of summary as to where we've got to in our sort of understanding of the plan. And I think it's fair to say a lot of the points in that letter do sort of resonate with the discussions that we had and with the concerns that have been raised from many around the table. So if we sort of bring it forward to where we've got to. Question one in the updated MIQs is really around potential capacity and sources of supply. And we don't really need to go into that in any great detail because that was just a sort of scene setting for where we've got to. And some of these numbers we'll come back to throughout the course of the examination. The real sort of crux of it and where we want to really sort of unpick this for the next sort of half an hour or so is question two. And this was really around going back to the main issue that we grappled with and we spent a lot of time talking about before. Is it clear, including with reference to the examination documents ED39 and ED40, that there's been a robust and transparent process by which the council has selected certain sites for allocation and not others? And I think where we want to go to with this is an understanding, probably I'm looking at Mr. Layden predominantly here, is to where do we go to understand the council's judgments, and people will agree with those judgments and people will disagree with those judgments. But where do we go to really grapple with and understand why and how and where the council decided that they would allocate certain sites over others? And where's that set out, please?
Thank you, sirs, and good morning, everyone. So without going back too much, but just to kind of reiterate that our response to question two, we feel is comprehensive enough in setting this out, so I'll try my best not to repeat that and then go through each step. In terms of how and where, maybe starting with that. So in terms of the robustness of and transparency of the evidence of Reg 19, the first and foremost starting point has been the HELA, the Housing Economic Land Availability Assessment Update 2024. That's document reference SSA 01.1. And that was prepared in full accordance with the Planning Practice Guidance. Section 3 presents the process and methodology. And a version has been published at each key stage of plan preparation in 2017, 2020, 2023, and most recently in 2024. So that's been there, and it's at the time being prepared in accordance with that. That's the starting point, looking at each site. And that looks at all sites promoted at that time, and it updates at different stages to take account of any sites that might have come forward and been delivered as well. Then, as we set out in previous hearings, we produced a document which was the summary of changes to the strategy and site allocations. That references CD 10.6, and that was published for Regulation 19 also. And that is intended to be a summary of talking through the various steps of what has happened from 2017, 2020, 2023, and most recently in 2024 for Regulation 19. It refers to the updated HELA and lists all the evidence that was considered on determining what sites should be allocated at each stage, including for Regulation 19. And that's set out in paragraph 5.39 of that document, which is pages 38 and 39. Now, within that paragraph, that talks about the evidence that informed the site selection. And with that, I would point probably broadly around 20 pieces of detailed evidence that beyond the HELA has shaped and informed our decisions. And that's quite extensive and quite robust. And that covers a wide range of matters, many of which have been discussed strategically, including the Greenbelt, including landscape, including other matters, including transport, infrastructure delivery, as well as the SA. And then finally, table 9 on page 40 of that summary of changes to the strategy and site allocations presented the final site allocations and other sources of housing supply. And that included what was a short commentary at the time. And I think where we had got to following our discussions as part of the stage 1 hearings is that what you wanted was more of a commentary, succinct commentary on the reasons for why sites were allocated and others not. So, and for that nature, we've embarked and done some of the further work, which again we've produced and was consulted on through ED 39, 39A, and ED 40.
You just, sorry to interrupt your flow. You just took us very specifically to the summary of main changes document. To page 39, I think you made a specific reference. Is that CD 10.6? CD? Okay, thank you.
So on the reflection that it's incredibly detailed, incredibly technical, incredibly complex, we thought, well, to try and go through a process. What we have been, our narrative has always been, our strategy was set very early in 2020, and that the evidence in the topic paper at that time did a lot of the work, and particularly with a lot of evidence in Greenbelt and landscape, which hasn't been subject to any significant updates since that time. We thought it was still reasonably robust in terms of spelling out the various elements of how we've considered particular constraints and opportunities. So obviously, following stage 1, we produced those documents, and we feel we've very clearly and effectively responded to each and every part of your question, sir. In that, I won't go through that in detail, but in terms of that, we felt we sat down for some time, interrogated the detail of what exactly it is you said, and we felt what we've done is exactly that. And that has resulted in 3 particular pieces of documents we feel kind of square perhaps a circle. And without going too far into it, but the detail within some of those is not, in the most part, new detail. It is there and very much flows on from the topic paper and the summaries, which you referred to in your question. A lot of that detail on Greenbelt and stuff hasn't fundamentally changed. in terms of shaping and informing our decisions. And that's possibly something that we'll probably go into a little bit more in due course today. So I think that is more about the how and where, how we've gone about it. And I've made reference, obviously, to other documents, and the sustainability appraisal we've noted has been obviously an important consideration. It is a legal document. It is ultimately doing its legal test, but ultimately within that too, there's a lot of discussion on sites. That discussion has evolved through our discussions and engagement as officers with the consultants, ACOM. What we didn't want to do, and dare I say it's probably my professional experience, is one of the things in criticism of site selections that you can often produce topic papers, you can often do something that perhaps creates inconsistencies or mismatch in some, one person saying one thing, but actually the council is saying something else. And that can often have a negative impact in terms of discussions and examination of evidence on site selection. We kind of felt, well, we had done it once already through the topic paper, we've made some tweaks and changes. We haven't fundamentally seen any new major big sites promoted since 2020. A lot of those sites within that 2020 are the sites that are here today. But nevertheless, we want to be positive, we want to be proactive, and that's the reason why, we have gone about, seeking to completely refresh that document. When it comes to the point of the commentary and the succinct commentary, I think the term succinct here has to be taken in a context of, well, it's a massive amount of evidence, and how succinct can a commentary be? So I think in our view, you can look at it in two ways, within the ED39 in particular, and the many sites, the 36 sites, being considered against 16 criteria. Each of those criteria being summarized. We've sought to summarize each of those 16 criteria and our views on that, and then ultimately fed into our overarching recommendation. And probably in conclusion of that, this particular question, I think it's probably worth being very clear that, yeah, there is a degree of professional judgment in it, and some people may differ with ours. I don't think there's anything in there, or from anything I've seen presented through statements of others, that gives me cause for concern that our process was not robust. And we still stand by our recommendations within those documents today. Thank you.
One of the questions I want to get to this morning, and let's say we spent quite a bit of time at the last set of hearings going through this, so we've got a lot of the background. Many representatives here today, and a lot of the debate last time did centre upon the allocations of Tring, when we talked about the spatial strategy, and we talked about some of the options. We talked a lot about Tring, we talked a lot about Berkhamsted and places like that, and Hemel Hempstead and growth. We'll come on to the site in Tring, and obviously we've got the day later this week to talk about it in detail, and we'll come on to sort of understand how the council looked at some of the issues around, say, Greenbelt and AONB, etc. Just help Mr. and I with this. Where Tring is concerned, using that as an example, where do we go in the documents you've produced since our letter, or the documents produced previously? Where do we go where we find that paragraph or paragraphs that substantiate the reasons why you've allocated this site? So without getting drawn into, AONB impacts, where do we go to where you've got that succinct paragraph or paragraphs that justify why, at a very high level, this is a site that we find in the plan versus other sites that haven't made it into the plan?
Have you got me? Yeah, that's working. I'd say in document ED39, paragraph 3.2 states that at the end of each site performer, we've prepared comments to assist in the understanding of the recommendation. So, ED39, DBC ED39. And then that just, so the paragraph points out that within each performer at the end, we've included comments, essentially setting the justification for why a site would be allocated. It's the 2024 recommendation. So then when you go into the updated performers, at the end of each one, we have a Sorry. Mm-hmm. So the page I'm referring to where it kind of sets that out is page 11. And it's paragraph 3.2. And then your first example of where those would be set out within a proforma would be page 16. And that's the 2024 recommendation and justification. So the document sets out the reasons informing, or the evidence and reasons informing why we made decisions up to the point of publication. And then we've set out our commentary summarizing all of the kind of different steps, having taken into account the summaries for each topic area into what we consider to be the succinct justification for why a site would be included. I won't repeat all the page numbers for all of them because it's the same for every proforma.
Take us to the tree example. So we've raised that.
Mm-hmm.
Take us to where, so this is in ED 39.
Yep.
Where it sort of pulls all these strands together and gives a sort of a justification or the council's judgment as to why this is a site which is in the plan.
For land east of Tring?
Yes.
Okay. So that is page 117. And that's paginated page numbers. I don't know if it's the same on the PDF. Fab.
Okay, so just talk Mr. Bristow and I through what that says there and why you think this is, and you know, I'm not going to get drawn into all the specifics of it. We've got a whole day on Tring later in the week, but from a sort of methodological point of view, why you think this is a proportionate and justified evidence base to make those high-level decisions around which sites to allocate.
The 2024 justification would say that that pulls together the assessment undertaken within the previous pages, so from 114 to 107 or 116, and say that with regards to Tring, we've mentioned the sustainability appraisals conclusions. They're set out on page 116. We've referred to the sensitivities and constraints identified. And then ultimately, we've said that the allocation of this site alongside New Mill, which we use HELA references here, but it's TRO2, be a logical and comprehensive extension to the town, which promotes a sustainable pattern of development, delivering new links, providing greater opportunities for integration with communities, provision of new community and leisure facilities.
So in that 2024 justification, there's two elements to it. And again, we'll stick with the sort of high level at the minute without getting drawn into too much detail, because again, we can talk about this later. So you say with regard to Tring, officers agree with the sustainability appraisal's conclusions in support of allocating east of Tring. Now, we spent a lot of time last time talking about the sustainability appraisal and looking at the SAA in terms of what it did and didn't seek to do. So the essay was quite clear, wasn't it, about it wasn't the sort of magic black box to allocate sites. This wasn't what it's doing, and that was not its purpose. So just talk to me about what that sentence means. And with regards to Tring, officers agree with the SA's appraisal conclusion in support of allocating east of Tring. So how, as officers, did you rely upon the essay? What did the essay tell you or not tell you that that gave you direction and gave you confidence that you could allocate this site? How did you use the essay? What did it offer you?
I think that was more to kind of lead on from the discussions which we had in the previous sessions where we had mentioned the essay. We've kind of said we agree with the assessment that was undertaken that supported the growth scenarios. So the growth scenarios tested that included that site were favoured, they came out quite positively within sustainability appraisal. We've then looked at previous sustainability appraisal conclusions and that assessment of constraints in the previous pages and come to our kind of judgment that taking all of that into account, putting all the evidence together, we support their conclusion.
Okay, so you looked at the essay from that sort of high level strategic point of view, and again, we've got some questions around strategy. And you then obviously recognise the well understood sensitivities, relationship to the national landscape, etc. The other comment that Mr. Bristol and I wanted to sort of look at in a bit more detail, and again, we're talking about the methodological approach and the council's approach to this at a very high level, without getting dragged into the detail. In your final paragraph, you say, in coming to a final recommendation, officers also had regard to the Secretary of State appeal decision March 2024, which confirmed that there was no technical issue with the delivery of the site and that identified impacts could be sufficiently mitigated in a manner consistent with national planning policy. Now, help us with this, because what we're hearing from a lot of representatives, and I think probably a lot of local residents around the table, is, hang on a minute, the Secretary of State refused permission for that scheme. So when you say things like you've had regard to Secretary of State's appeal decision, what the local residents in particular say, well, but it was refused. So you had regard to it and you've allocated it. Help us understand how you've sort of come to that judgment.
Thank you, sirs. Again, this is probably, without getting into nuanced detail, I think it is just an important consideration. So that was the first and the largest inquiries I think that Dacorum has seen with regards to a greenbelt site, come forward and demonstrate in very special circumstances. And we're recognising in the prevailing nature and wind of what was emerging around us in neighbouring authorities and districts, and important field decisions that probably had a bearing on that. The council at the time was in the context, we will say, 2023, when we did not include the lens east of Tring within the revised strategy for growth document. So there was a point in time in 2023 where we had a Regulation 18 consultation that did not include that. And that was owing to an emerging narrative that was twofold on that. One was the Chiltern Beach Woods was a reason why some sites were excluded, but also there was the draft consultation on changes to the MPPF, which at the time was proposing greater strengths to protect the greenbelt, through ministerial statements or other elements. That's set out elsewhere within our evidence, particularly where we discussed the revised strategy for growth within the summary of changes to the spatial strategy and site allocations document. There's a particular section in there that goes through some of the reasons why we changed our sites and our approach. When it came to the inquiry and the appeal, obviously the council was in a position where it had refused the site on the grounds of where we were with national policy, including emerging national policy. And the council's position going into that, as some people around this table were probably aware, as having been there, was that we were defending our position in terms of the very special circumstances case, and that the harm did not outweigh the benefits of that. Obviously, I think importantly for those around this table, that test that was being demonstrated as part of that inquiry is not something that is directly comparable, I would say, to a local plan examination. So it was that single and only reason for refusal, which to certain grounds did extend and talk about landscape as part of that in terms of the harm. The council put forward our position, and obviously the appellants put forward theirs, and the inspector for that recommended that benefits outweighed the harm, and that they recommended the appeal be overturned. And then the Secretary of State came to a slightly different view, particularly, and I think, and forgive me if I'm wrong on this, Kitty will probably be able to clarify the detail, but that ultimately a slightly different view that basically the Secretary of State felt that the harm outweighed the benefits. Again, in terms of the very special circumstances case. But in both instances, and in terms of the overall report in the Secretary of State and that of the inspector, there was no technical issues with the deliverability of that site. It was the balance and the balance of harm versus benefits that fed into the very special circumstances case and the planning balance associated with that. So when we pick that up and look at those reports and we see that, okay, well, landscape harm can be mitigated, even though the council's view was clearly spelled out as part of that inquiry. That technical matters to do with highways impacts, heritage impacts, everything else can all be overcome and satisfactorily dealt with and mitigated appropriately in a manner consistent with national policy. It was our view then that, notwithstanding the fact that, the overarching difference was a difference in view of the very special circumstances case. But when we're looking at exceptional circumstances case for this local plan, what we need to demonstrate is, exceptional circumstances exist to remove or amend the greenbelt boundaries to allocate sites, into which we prepared separate evidence for that, where we feel that exists. So I hope that's helpful. Katie, is there anything you'd like to add?
Just want to flag as well, we responded to this question directly within the MIQs, but they're within our response to matter 5. So it's the first question for TR03, the site allocations. And I'll just, for now, take you to the final paragraph of that, which kind of summarizes what we said above, 5.7, which, so we considered the decision, confirmed there was no technical issue with delivery, many of the impacts could be mitigated, and that substantial benefits could also be delivered through this development. We say that the decision turned on planning judgment relating to the test of very special circumstances. I appreciate my wording in ED 39 could have been as clear as my wording in my response to the hearing statement. But we said that we've had regard to all relevant considerations within that different policy context Ronan mentioned.
No, thank you, and sorry if I'm jumping in or taking us too specifically to TR03, given that we have that coming out. You mentioned, Mr. Layden and Ms. Mitchell, that there were no I think both you used this term, no technical issues flowing from the Secretary of State's decision, in your view. But there may be lots of sites where there are no technical issues all over the place. So where I struggle slightly is having had that decision and having gone through that process with TR03 east of Tring, there must have been a process of looking at other sites to justify TR03 as an allocation in terms of greenbelt sensitivity, because we've done 3 greenbelt studies in terms of landscape sensitivity. And what I'm just being very open, what I'm struggling to understand is, having had that decision, what process was then gone through. So if you could explain this to me in terms of looking at the justification for that as an allocation relative to other sites. It's that key part that I'm struggling to understand, because you made reference to no technical issues, but as I say, there may be lots of sites that come forward and appeal where there are no technical issues, but that doesn't inherently justify them as an allocation. Thank you.
I think Ronan might want to jump in and kind of the wider strategic points, but I can point to 2 quite detailed areas back in ED 39. And within the justifications for some emission sites in Tring.
Okay, take me there specifically. So we're talking about land north of Icknield Way. Okay, yeah, so take me there specifically to where those other sites were looked at, if you've got a page number or...
So Icknield Way, 118 to 120. And then the next emission site in Tring is 121 to 124. And we say the justification, we recognise the constraints, and we say that there are other sites which perform better in relation to their identified constraints, their location for facilities and the benefits they can deliver. So we think that the other sites in Tring, taken into account fact that sites in Tring have similar constraints regarding landscape, agricultural land, greenbelt, that the land east of Tring allocation delivers more in relation to the benefits and can deliver the strategy of the plan.
And I think you've put your finger on a question I was going to ask. If I look at those in terms of, let's take two angles, if you like, the greenbelt evaluation in terms of greenbelt value, landscape sensitivity. Am I right in saying, or am I wrong, the land east of Tring was considered effectively the same as the other sites? You've just taken us to one where they both receive an amber rating, if you like, for those particular themes. Is that the same of all emission sites, if I can call it that, or sites that did not progress to allocation in Tring, that they all, in the council's view, scored similarly in terms of greenbelt and in terms of landscape sensitivity?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we'll sort of over these sorts of comments in a minute, but I don't want to get drawn into any of the specific points. We want to keep it really high level in terms of the council's process. And if we go back to the justification paragraph for land east of Tring, and again, we're using this as an example because, you know, there's lots of representation where people have made exactly these points, but, you know, it does apply to others. When we go back to the box where it shows us the justification, you know, you've talked about what that first paragraph means around agreeing with the sustainability appraisal. And the second point is quite specific. It's around, you know, logical and comprehensive extensions to town, promoting sustainable patterns of development. All these things we'll come on to talk about on Thursday. What I want to just ask you is that you say the decision was refused on grounds of balance of harm, and this was the appeal, and you've talked about that. Officers, though, through separate evidence, and you refer to SSA 07.1, consider that exceptional circumstances now exist to remove this site from the greenbelt. And I think that was the point that you were talking around. You said, look, you know, there's two different things going on here. There's this plan application and there's a local plan preparation. We're very much in the local plan preparation sort of lane here. And okay, we've thought this through, and here is this document which pulls all these strands together and carries out that balancing exercise and carries out that judgment. And I think you're saying that SSA 07.1 is where that then takes place. Is that right? Yeah, right. If that's the case, then if we then go to SSA 07.1, and again, using Tring as an example, where then do we see this sort of pulling together of all the strands? Where do we see this sort of balancing and this reasoned justification? And I think this goes back to the point that a lot of the residents especially sort of feel is that, you know, councils have to make judgments on sites, and there'll be some judgments that people agree with and some judgments that people disagree with. But where can we see the sort of workings out of the local plan? Where can we see that, okay, well, yeah, it's got a red rating for this, it's harmful here, and this real sort of balancing of the issues? Where's that set out in SSA 07.1?
Thank you, sirs. I think probably the council's approach is not per se in that order. I think is probably the best way to put it out. And I think council's approach to exceptional circumstances is spelled out within that document. That's the exceptional circumstances case to amend land from the greenbelt. And that takes through a process of the various steps the council has taken to consider before looking at making changes to boundary. And that's in a process fully consistent with national policy. And it talks about channeling development towards towns and villages inside the agreement. It talks about optimizing the use of brownfield land. We've discussed quite a lot of that through the earlier hearing sessions. Section 4 of that exceptional circumstances report spells out our exceptional circumstances case. And that's the important element of this. And it talks, sorry, yes. Section 4 of the exceptional circumstances case document. And there's 6 short paragraphs there, and it's intended to be a capture-all. And I'll probably explain a little bit more why. It talks about 4.1, geographical, Dacorum's geographical location in the London Metropolitan Greenbelt and Children's National Landscape restricts what options are available to the Council when planning for long-term growth. 4.2, the condition from the adoption of the Dacorum Core Strategy was that there would need to be a review of Greenbelt boundaries to ensure that Dacorum could meet additional need for the whole plan period up to 2031. Since adoption, our housing needs through the standard method have gone up significantly. And so these options were reassessed to address this. Paragraph 4.4 says the strategy of the local plan to 2041 cannot deliver the level of homes, including affordable homes, jobs, and infrastructure required within existing settlement boundaries. And for paragraph 4.5, furthermore, restricting the expansion of towns and large villages will worsen affordability in these areas, and more broadly across the borough, there is limited spare land available elsewhere capable of delivering new skills, employment opportunities, or delivering other forms of infrastructure such as health, sports, and community facilities. Paragraph 4.6, the final one, the Council has explored all reasonable options in order to deliver the vision and strategic objectives of the local plan. Exceptional circumstances exist to amend the Greenbelt boundary. Now that is an overarching, we've followed the step process and we've spelled out our justification for why exceptional circumstances exist. And for that, in my view, I think the view of the Council is we don't need to undertake a site-by-site exceptional circumstances case. I think what we are showing here is that when you look at all the sites that we've considered in meeting the spatial strategy, that they meet at least one or more of those paragraphs, spelled out within section 4. Taking land east of Tring, for example, the need for homes, the need for affordable homes, the need for schools, the need for transport interventions and highway mitigation. And that is where I would say when considering the balance, we have relied on the ED 39 to talk about the benefits and what certain sites can deliver in terms of social infrastructure, in terms of health provision, in terms of that, the ability to deliver homes. We note that a lot of these matters are also considered in the realm and the balance of the essay as well. But we don't feel there needs to be a specific bespoke need to look at that section 4 in the context of every single site, because it is in essence already set out within our recommendations of ED 39 in that it will deliver these things. They are on the edge of the settlements. They are that. So there is no site by site, let's consider each site in the exceptional circumstances. The exceptional circumstances the Council considers is overarching. And then it's looking at each of the sites, which we have in ED 39, those with the greatest potential. And to all intents and purposes, I don't think, there's many here in terms of omission sites saying, their site shouldn't be in that. But I don't, when looking at this, I think it is looking about, are they delivering homes? Yes, nearly every one of them are. Are some of them delivering schools? Yes. Are some of them not delivering schools, but could deliver schools? That is something we have had to have regard to as part of the overarching balance of each site and each pro forma contained within ED 39.
Sorry, can we just keep it out the back? So, just to be abundantly clear there, the Council, paragraphs 4.1 to 4.6, we've been through previously, and we've been through the strategy, we've looked at the core, we've looked at the settlements, we've looked at the special strategy, and we've really tested the Council on, can they meet housing needs in a way that doesn't go into the Greenbelt? And we've heard all of that. Just to be clear then, so the Council, having done that, hasn't then done a site-by-site or even settlement-by-settlement look at the Greenbelt boundaries and look at the sites to determine whether or not the exceptional circumstances exist at a site-specific level to support the local plan.
I think where Ronan was getting there is that we didn't do something akin to a very special circumstances case of looking at the contribution to the Greenbelt and those harms and weighing it up against the benefits in SS 7.1, SSA 7.1. I'd say we have undertaken a range of assessments that do inform the suitability, availability, achievability of this land, the supporting infrastructure it can deliver. We've undertaken 3 Greenbelt reviews. The stage 3 Greenbelt looked at Greenbelt boundaries. We think that in terms of the broad contribution they make to the purposes. And then we've looked at this and considered this on balance. So the assessments undertaken for site suitability, what it can deliver, is it achievable, has considered greenbelt performance as a factor, having determined that exceptional circumstances exist to release land from the greenbelt, and that's set out in the core document, starting with the HELA. Ronan listed them out, but then clarified through ED 39.
What I'm struggling with is ED 39 specifically tells me that, using Tring as an example, you've got a case here where the Secretary of State's refused planning permission. However, what you're saying is that we think, notwithstanding that, we think that exceptional circumstances exist to remove the site from the greenbelt. And if you go look at SSO 7.1, that's where you find it. Great, okay, brilliant. We go look at SSO 7.1, but we don't find it. We find a high-level strategic, we cannot meet housing needs, we are constrained by the greenbelt, we've done everything we can. If we're going to meet housing needs, we need to go into the greenbelt argument. And if you look at any of my local plan reports, you'll probably see I set it out in a very similar position. Is there, in principle, a need or a justification for going into the greenbelt? Yes, tick that. You then go forward and look, okay, what site options have we got? How can we meet our needs in a way that doesn't undermine the purposes of the greenbelt in our districts or our borough? And that might be, well, actually, we've got some sites over here where we could release that land from the greenbelt and it would cause absolutely no harm, or very small amounts of harm to the purposes of including land within the greenbelt. And there's other benefits, right, we'll release those. Or there's another parcel over here that would cause very high level of harm to the greenbelt's purposes. However, it's going to do A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. That's our justification. We're really sorry that we've got to a disagreement. We're really sorry that, you know, other people might think that's a really bad thing to do, but that's our judgment and that's what we've done. And that's the crux of it. And that's what I think neither Mr. Bristol or I can really understand, where that's set out.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's really useful just to do that. I'll probably try and square a circle if it's helpful, and try and maybe just take you through step by step. So we've gone through just that section 4 of the exceptional circumstances. We talked about how we cannot meet, you know, the needs and deliver all of these elements. And just by looking at ED 39 by example, and we've looked at other components, we've looked at justification broadly, but I think you have to look above that. And if I just take the land east of Tring, just for example, without going into too much detail. Earlier in that pro forma, so on page 114, you'll see that of the 14 criteria, you will see housing and economy is a criteria. And that's given a green rating. It says this site is of a scale that would be able to deliver a range of housing types, including housing for old people and self and custom built. The site is proposed at over 50% affordable housing, 700 affordable homes. That's a green rating. Now, I don't like talking about brag status, red, amber, green. It's so contagious. It's there as a guide. It's not overly prescriptive. Then you look at the next line, social infrastructure. Development homes of this scale would likely support the delivery of additional on-site local services such as retail and community buildings, sports and leisure facilities, a primary and secondary school, and health services to serve existing and future communities. Now, the way I would say when you look at that, and you look at the next step, green infrastructure, landscape, and so on, just take those first two and think about the exceptional circumstances case and the reasons for why exceptional circumstances, you know, we feel exceptional circumstances. And then you look at how does each site fare in terms of its ability to deliver homes, in terms of its ability to deliver infrastructure, in terms of ability to deal with other matters. And that's taken in the realm, as you go down and look at a few rows down, the greenbelt evaluation and how that sits in it in terms of how it rates or performs broadly in the context of our evidence relating to greenbelt. So I would, in my view, the way we have structured it is that yes, exceptional circumstances exist. Then you look at how each site fares in a broad range of criteria. And we know, and we recognize that obviously, you know, amendments to boundaries are going to have impacts in some other areas in terms of landscaping, and that's recognized and that's balanced. This, in essence, is the balancing act, this ED 39, when considering some of the component parts of the exceptional circumstances case, you know, which is spelled out in the exceptional circumstances document, alongside wider considerations, including harm. And that is where we have clearly spelled out and sought to summarize each of these points, 14 criteria, and then come to a rounded balanced judgment having regard to that, including greenbelt, including the ability. And you will see there are other sites that do not seek to deliver secondary schools or have the ability to deliver secondary schools or the ability to deliver other infrastructure, which is part of the exceptional circumstances case. But we recognize we need to identify a sufficient amount of land that will deliver the strategy as a whole. So I hope that's helpful in trying to kind of dispel it. In my opinion, we feel we have done that test. It is not perhaps specifically spelled out under a, this is another piece of paper that ultimately seeks to do the same thing, but if we write it slightly differently, we could end up creating some consistency issues.
So I understand that. But would it therefore be the case in the way that these performers in ED 39 are set out, that if a smaller site delivers less housing and economic growth and social growth, it would score less?
I think in that specific circumstance, we have flagged where sites are unlikely to be of a scale to deliver those specific benefits. But I think looking more broadly, ED 39 would set out where weaker performing greenbelt sites have still not been chosen. So the other constraints that would be the reason why we wouldn't allocate a weakly performing greenbelt site. An example could be in Bovingdon, Homefield. I don't have the page number right now, it's just in my head, but said that we recognise it's weakest performing greenbelt, but there are severe primary education capacity constraints within that settlement, and as such, we couldn't consider growth beyond what we've proposed to be suitable. And there are reasons set out similar to that for those we would consider weaker performing greenbelt land. And that's an approach that was supported, well, within the sustainability appraisal, 5.2.58, which says that we're seeking a balance between greenbelt sensitivity and wider plan and sustainability objectives. And we have to consider all of that in the round.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm conscious we're sort of keeping this broad. But what would you say to some who might be critical and say that that's tautologist, that on the one hand, you're saying there's exceptional circumstances because there is a need to deliver housing, and what appears to have been higher up in terms of these performers is the ability to deliver housing. So effectively, you're considering the same thing in terms of general exceptional circumstances and also local exceptional circumstances.
Yeah, that's, in my opinion, and forgive me on this, firstly, I've been part of 2 successful local plans that remove greenbelt or make amendments to the greenbelt. It's never required anything beyond, in terms of evidence and summating it, what is presented in the topic paper as we presented, or in the pro formas as presented in ED 39, and what it's sought to do is helpful. I think an important point to know is that national policy doesn't say, or there's nowhere in guidance or policy that says you have to look at the exceptional circumstances case on a site-by-site basis. That's not there. And there's nothing there that says, yeah, you have to look at but I think what we have still sought to do with this has tried to demonstrate that we've considered the balance, the benefits, as well as the impacts and the harm, including taking account of the performance of the land and greenbelt for each particular site, and those that we feel had the potential to meet the strategy of the plan. And again, you know, to all intents and purposes, everyone here today is, you know, are representing sites, you know, are in that document, and they're there. They've made it that far. They have potential to meet the strategy, and to all intents and purposes, they have potential in varying ways to either contribute homes delivery through small sites, or seek to bring forward larger sites at a later stage and potentially contribute towards wider infrastructure needs and benefits. And we as officers have had to look at that in the realm. And I think it's important to note that no 2 sites, you're absolutely right, are ever the same. And ED 39 demonstrates that. Every single site has its own particular set of circumstances. We'll take an example of the North of Vicknell Way. In terms of housing, that's still green in the context of this, even though it's a small site. It's not saying, but it also says in social infrastructure, it's of a scale that is unlikely to deliver social infrastructure directly. But it doesn't preclude the site from being considered, it's just part of that balance. And it's the balance that informs our overarching judgment in regard to the vast evidence that we've undertaken for this. I can understand the points made, but I think the most fundamental point here is I've never seen anything anywhere that specifically says in policy or otherwise, you need to consider the exceptional circumstances for your plan. It has to be considered on a side-by-side basis. Now, I still would say we have done that, but through what I've kind of presented already, I'm just a little bit nervous that if there was to another piece of evidence, we would end up writing fundamentally the same information as what we've got in ED 39.
Okay, let's open it up to discussion. We'll open up, as I say, we'll take a break. I just want to keep this really high level and without getting dragged into detail, because we'll probably have a break and then come back and look at some specific examples. But any comments, observations on what we've heard then in terms of the sort of methodological approach and how the council sort of gone through it, really. Mr. Churchill.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Mr. Layden that there is nowhere that explicitly states that exceptional circumstances should be done on a side-by-side basis. I think it needs to be done on a borough-wide basis, but I think that's where we fundamentally get into the problem with this plan. It's because equally, nowhere that I'm aware of certainly, does that test of exceptional circumstances promote the allocation of sites that perform more strongly in greenbelt terms than those that perform less strongly. It's just a matter of logic. And we've heard reference to the consistency of the approach that's been taken, but I'm troubled by this because when we review the evidence, in particular ED 39, there is we can also look at ED 40 as well to support this. If you look at the assessment, we've gone to Tring 018R, page 114. It's assessed there. It's given an amber rating, but it's assessed as performing strongly in greenbelt terms. If we then look at other sites in ED 39 that perform moderately in greenbelt terms, they're also given an amber rating. Logic would say that the sites that perform strongly should be given a red rating, the sites that perform moderately should be given an amber rating, and the sites that perform weakly are given a green rating. And if we go through that process, we do see the sites that are weakly performing are given green ratings. And then if we delve even deeper into that, just by way of example, we look at the assessment of Mark 014R, London Road, in ED 39, which is on page. Just go to.
Let's not get delved into specifics about what got a green or an amber or a red. I really want to understand what people think about what we've heard about the really sort of high level methodological approach as to what the council has or hasn't done.
No, I accept that, but it is relevant to look at how it's been done to understand how it's been approached at the high level. And the point about consistency is important because you look at Mark 014, the parcel collectively is considered to perform strongly, and then the council looks at a sub-area and it gives it a green rating because it's considered that sub-area doesn't perform as strongly. Yet if we look at Burke 030R, the council's only looked at the sub-area and given it that amber rating. So this is where there's a clear lack of consistency in the assessment. And I take the point that Mr. Layden makes that the colour in the box doesn't influence their decision, but quite clearly it's part of the evidence base. Quite clearly there's a value judgment that's been placed against that, and it is an inconsistent and illogical approach.
Thank you, sir. We say there's basically been no answer to your fundamental question, which is the same point we've been trying to make from the beginning. Namely, given that there's exceptional circumstances for some greenbelt releases, why choose the sites that have been chosen? And despite all the massive paper we have, we end up with the summaries at page 117 for East Tring, for example, which don't do any sort of comparative assessment at all, nor do they address the fundamental issues of green belt or national landscape areas or how comparatively strongly they perform on those matters. And I'll come to the specifics obviously on Thursday as to East Tring, but as to the the reasoning in terms of the inspector's decision is completely contrary to the Secretary of State's decision. So we asked the fundamental question, where do we find a rationale for allocating this site in preference to others following a comparative assessment? And our basic case is that you still don't.
So just, yeah, and that's what I want from people really now, is just a real sort of high level understanding as to, you know, have we got this wrong? Is it there? Remember people's names, Miss Murphy. Yeah. Have we got this wrong? Is this evidence somewhere? Or do people share concerns as to where it's set out?
Well, good morning again, sir. I mean, we don't think you've got it wrong. Your question asks about ED 39, 39A, and 40, and queries whether there's been a robust and transparent process. We've considered the detail of ED 39, 39A, and 40 very carefully, but there is a sort of preliminary question, which is, well, why are we having to do that? Why are we having to look at this material produced late in the day? And the reason really is because of the previous hearing session where we got to the point looking at the essay, if you remember section 7 of the essay, in which it was absolutely clear, it was expressed in the document, that the key conclusions had been fed into that document rather than, if you like, resulting from it. Now, CD 10.6 was mentioned. You looked at paragraph 5.40 of that. That's no answer, because that fed into the essay itself. It says that. So you still get to the point in which, when you've got a document which purports to compare sites and alternatives, that doesn't provide you with the answer because the conclusions have been fed into it. You then say, well, all right, let's have a look. Where is the reasoning, please? Can you point us to that? And we then get material which is purporting to do that, but in many cases simply providing new analysis, but it's ex post facto justification. So there is a problem there, we say, with transparency and robustness. Appreciate you don't want to dig into the detail now. You've looked at the East of Tring as an example. You have seen our representation, super detailed. We've appended the previous representation, landscape report, and so on. What we have found is that when you interrogate certain of the judgments which have been made, they are not robust, and demonstrably so. Now, without getting into the detail of all of that examples, we'd invite you to look into that. And so we end up in a position in which we say, per the question, we're concerned about both points, transparency and robustness. We're not satisfied by the responses that we've been provided, and there are obviously problematic matters which we have sought to articulate in the representation. And to the extent that you want the detail of that, we're happy to go through it with you this morning.
There was. Thank you, sir. I'm conscious that you don't want to go into detailed issues, but just following up on my colleagues' points that have been made. We are concerned particularly with Bledbury Gardens here, and I think going on the Greenbelt point, Ms Mitchell has said that the answers lie within ED 39 and in the pro formas. On this specific point, under the Greenbelt evaluation criteria for Bledbury Gardens on page 86, there is reference to the Greenbelt study in respect of this particular parcel, BKA11, and the moderate contribution that arises. But there is also an admission that the site itself forms a much smaller component of that parcel. And then there is the statement, in council's terms, the site is much smaller than the parcel assessed, and therefore it could be concluded that its contribution to the purposes of the Greenbelt would be less than that stated in the study. That exercise hasn't been carried out, however. we've referred to this, I've referred to this in my statement, so I won't go through that again, sir. But it highlights the paucity of the exercise that's been undertaken. It hasn't been sufficiently thorough to demonstrate that a full-scale consideration of Greenbelt issues has informed the site selection process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would, this is, I think, not something we've heard, but I'll go back to your first question, which is where we go to find the answer to the question as to the strategic approach that justifies not just the individual allocations, but the quantum of development that's directed to each town across the borough. Oh, I thought it was this question.
No, we're still really sort of unpicking sort of what the council did, but there is a specific question on then some of the factors they took into account, be it the national landscape, be it spatial strategy, those sort of things. But if it's about, it's the next question. If it's about town A has got too much growth or too little growth, that's the next question. Or it's not set out how it then relates to the strategy. Yeah, that's the. I'll come back. Hold that thought just a bit on.
Thank you, inspectors. Yeah, I mean, we clearly think you're not wrong. I think you're absolutely right. Very much align ourselves with many of your questions, particularly those about the relative merits of small and medium sites in terms of the process that the council's gone through. Just to raise a couple of points that I don't think have come up yet, and just to reinforce why we share these concerns. I think there has to be an element of site-specific judgment on exceptional circumstances, because when you read through the 23 version of the framework, it's ultimately about making changes to greenbelt boundaries, and ultimately they're site-specific. And I think that's why, just at a very high level, for the purpose of this comment, you've got our representations. What ED 39 says about the conclusions of the Stage 3 Greenbelt Review and where boundaries do or don't need to be strengthened is shockingly lacking, to be honest. It's probably fatal in terms of conclusions about, on a site-specific level, whether there are exceptional circumstances for those boundary adjustments that are proposed. I appreciate you might come back to those specific questions, but if it was a comparative exercise, they should absolutely need to be in there as part of an exceptional circumstances case. And I think that really takes you through to a point we raised in our hearing statement. This hasn't come up yet, but it goes back to that lack of a comparative exercise as an output of the work that the council has needed to do. And it's just a reference to the PPG 308 about the factors that you do need to consider when assessing sites. And it's about assessing the suitability of identified sites, including where existing policy on factors like Greenbelt might need to be changed. This should be a process that looks at all identified sites. There needs to be a comparative exercise to get you to the right conclusion on exceptional circumstances and weighing up the relative benefits of sites. And so I don't think you can conclude the strategy is appropriate without that. The council says in its hearing statement that we haven't used this additional work to reinforce our conclusions on site selection. But there have been substantial changes with reference to the sites that the council has provided more detailed assessment performers for. The issue is that the performers where the council hasn't provided them, it hasn't done that more detailed assessment. It would very much help you, I think, in terms of your overall soundness conclusions and the strength of those soundness conclusions on individual matters like specialist housing needs when you're weighing up the overall appropriateness of the strategy to actually have that comparative assessment in front of you. And I don't think we have it, and that's why it takes you down a wider soundness rabbit hole, I think. So I think I'll leave it there without getting into the detail of whether sites should or shouldn't have been rejected at a given stage, but very much align ourselves with your concerns, inspectors.
I recognise Mr. Howlands has got his flag out there. Question for the council, really, and I think we'll then take a break, so I do want to touch on some of the questions. If you look at ED 39, there are examples where you do see a further justification. I know we picked on Tring, we can pick on another site. I'm looking at page 76 of ED39, which I believe is north of Hemel Hempstead, I believe. Computer's frozen. So if we look at that one, page 76, there is actually there quite a thorough sort of evaluation, and it talks about, it talks exactly about some of these points of the issue, whilst the wider Greenbelt assessment, parcel HA1 is judged to make a strong contribution to the purpose of the Greenbelt overall, specifically purpose C, officers consider that the site is able to deliver significant compensatory improvements. So parts of the site remain within the Greenbelt. It talks about landscape study. It then talks about supporting wider Hemel Garden communities programs. So again, we get that story. We get that, okay, well, some people might disagree with that. Some people might say, no, you shouldn't do that. Some people might say, yes, you should. But at least as inspectors, we've got the council's understanding and the council's reasoning. Why does it then do that? So why does it set out, say, for that site, quite detailed considerations, sort of, a couple of sides of A4, but then for others, it doesn't? Because I think this is a point that people are making. If you use land east of Tring, if it had a couple of pages of A4 that said, look, we disagree. We're sorry, residents, we accept your concerns, but these are our reasons, these are our justifications. And it's that I'm trying to struggle to understand, because you're saying, well, we didn't look at site specifics for exceptional circumstances. We don't think we need to, but then actually, in some cases, you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I think in that last question, you put your finger on the pulse, in the sense that I would suggest to you that you're not saying that this work has not been done. You're saying, is it set out in sufficient detail in the evidence? And it has to be noted that ED 39 was intended to provide some assistance to you in that respect. It followed closely, at least that was our attempt, the request for a succinct commentary. If you look at page 117, it is a succinct summary, but there's a lot packed in to that justification, which bears upon the question, well, actually, with the evidence base that you do have, surely that is enough to allow you to seek out more detailed information in support of that summary justification. There's a further point here, more specifically on the criticisms that there's been no greenbelt comparison on some site-by-site basis. Well, you've heard Mr. Leyden saying, actually, that assessment has been done, but it's not been done in what we suspect is the way that objectors, rightly or wrongly, we would say, are expecting, which is to apply some set of rules, some algorithm for every single site across the local planning authority area. What this authority has done is taken the strategic exceptional circumstances case, SSA 7.1, and understandably taken that and looked at each site, its constraints, what it can deliver, and all the other relevant considerations set out in the evidence base, and decide whether or not there's an exceptional case that justifies that allocation. ED 39 was intended to go further than what already existed by reference to HELA, the SA, and the Greenbelt work. in order to provide you with that balancing exercise by way of a succinct summary. Crucially, there's no magic algorithm that could reasonably be applied across all sites in the way that seems to be suggested by objectors in the Greenbelt context. Every site is going to be slightly different, and to request or require every site to be compared against every other site in that sort of detail that seems to be expected across one magic formula would be wrong and irrational. There's no magic formula to apply to essentially filter sites through that sort of comparative exercise of Greenbelt impact and all the other diverging impacts together and arrive at a result. What we're dealing with here is a classic case of planning judgment, where in order for exceptional circumstances to be demonstrated, all considerations are relevant. Hence, ED 39, Mr. Layton correctly referring, and Ms. Mitchell, to all the considerations set out before looking at East of Tring, before page 117. So for taking land east of Tring as an example, the Greenbelt contribution has been assessed. The authority is and has been aware of how it compares to other sites under consideration. And it's continued to consider all other relevant constraints and weighed those constraints, including the Secretary of State's decision, in reaching a view based upon a very different test about whether exceptional circumstances has been demonstrated.
Sorry to interrupt. I think that's the crux of it, though. I think people are saying is that yes, page 117 shows you've taken these things into account, and there's different opinions on, you know, what the Greenbelt impact is, what the landscape impact is, but notwithstanding that, council, yes, you have taken these into account. What I'm struggling with, and I think what Ms. Bristow and I are struggling with, is where then that actual judgment lies. So I've just took you to one example of Hemel Garden communities, and it sets it out. I can understand why you, as a local planning authority, have allocated that site. So we can come on to whether it's the wrong site or the right site and what its impacts are, but I can understand why you've done that. What we're saying is, I think we're both struggling, is why have you allocated land east of Tring?
And I think,
and where is it?
I understand that. And I suspect this is an issue that is not related to the question of methodology, because you've just referred to another occasion where you're satisfied immediately that there's sufficient explanation of the decision made. Your reference to land east of Tring may well be a matter for Thursday to look more carefully, but it's not an intrinsically methodological point. What you're drawing attention to there is actually from what's set out on page 117, packed though I say it is, and understandably I recognize that one has to go to other evidence, but that was our genuine intent to show you how the decision has been made, the justification. That's not an inherent methodological problem. That is only one example where you seized upon to say you're not yet clear. And we sought to help you with that with our answer to matter 5, which is a Thursday point, which seeks to provide more detail on the issues that in rather more broad terms are covered by what was intended only to be a succinct commentary, but one that would enable you to look further at the evidence by reference to the tables on the pages before.
And I
hope that's helpful.
No, thank you. That is. And I'm sorry if this comes, and I know we need to break down here because we've been going a while. And I'm sorry if this comes across as a pointed question, as I can't think of another way of phrasing it. But what I just heard, Mr. Howell Williams, is that there was some form of site-specific assessment relative to others done in terms of allocations. But Mr. Layden, you said that there wasn't, because or implied that there wasn't, because you said we don't need to undertake a site-by-site exceptional circumstances case. So if I'm trying to minimize the sort of dissonance in my mind between those two positions, is that because you have seen the exceptional circumstances as a different thing to which sites get allocated? Is that the reason? I just want to be absolutely clear if it is the council's perspective that it is legitimate for us to take into account, if you like, differences between sites in arriving at a comparative assessment of which should be allocated or not, and has that been done? And what I'm hearing between you two is slightly different takes on that, and I'm trying to reconcile that.
Okay, thank you. Just a point of clarity on my side. When I'm talking about something that might be missing, it's not necessarily missing. I think it is, we have produced it in a different way to maybe what you are seeking or talking about. I think what I would say is our exceptional circumstances case was set out within the exceptional circumstances report. And then we have undertaken from that and demonstrating exceptional circumstances exist. We have then undertaken the comparative exercise of each site and their particular benefits as well as their constraints, including in relation to the greenbelt and how each piece of land performs relative to greenbelt purposes, before coming to a conclusion and final recommendation for why certain sites were allocated and why certain sites were not. And that is spelled out quite clearly, in my view, in ED 39. I think
it might be quite clear in your view. I'm sorry, it's not in mine. So you've established at a strategic level, and I think probably no one around the table would say there are not exceptional circumstances for looking at greenbelt. I think that is established. But then what have you done? You've looked at comparative assessment of each site in order to what?
In order to come to the view on identifying which sites make up an appropriate strategy for the local plan.
Not whether there are exceptional circumstances for those sites.
And I think this is the point. It's almost like a heading. And I think you could almost put on ED 39, this includes the exceptional circumstances comparative assessment of each site. But it is maybe just not titled that as well. And I think this is, and forgive me if I am not clear enough in that, but the way I look at that is I look at, there's greenbelt evidence, we have summated, the harm to which each parcel of land which has potential to be allocated in our plan contributes towards greenbelt purposes. We have then weighed that, put that clearly towards each site, weighed that against their ability to deliver homes, deliver infrastructure, their, the wider considerations of flood risk, of landscape. We've clearly spelled out as part of a whole balance, comparative balance, before informing our final one.
I think we'll take a break. So we do want to unpick some of the other issues. I know that Mr. Thompson talked about the sort of the more nuanced issues around spatial strategy and how it links back to other parts of the evidence. I must say I am still a little confused by it all. I'm confused by the I'm confused by the story. I'm confused by ED 39 tells me that you've considered exceptional circumstances. We go to look at SSA 07 and we go there and it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that for sites. It only does that at that very, very high level. And we as inspectors need to ultimately write a report that concludes on soundness, and we need to be able to substantiate that each of those boundary alterations are justified. And it seems to appear, without me sitting here and going through every single one, I've picked on a couple of examples, it seems to appear that what we have is a bit of a sort of contradiction in the evidence that we've got before us. Some sites there's a bit more, some sites there's a bit less. And then we've also got Ms. Layden, you told us this morning that you actually haven't done that. You haven't considered exceptional circumstances at a site-by-site level. So that's something we need to take away, really. And I think, the story will probably become a little bit clearer as well as we start to unpick some of the site allocations, as we start, because we've asked on every single site allocation in the MIQs, is there exceptional circumstances to justify their release? So let's take a break. So I do want to unpick some of the other points that representatives have made, and that goes to the sort of the heart of the other questions. But that was certainly a sort of useful session just in our mind to understand what the council has done. So we'll take a break. We'll take 20 minutes if that's okay with everybody. We'll resume back at 10:02, please. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll resume and continue. We talked a lot before the break there about the sort of the process that council has undertaken and concerns that have been raised predominantly. It's not just Tring. There's other people have raised similar concerns about other sites and the strategy, but we sort of picked on Tring as one example that really jumped out to us. I wanted to then spend the sort of next part of this session, probably going up to lunch, because we have a separate session after that, just on some of the other questions. And we'll probably find as we go through the MIQs that we've maybe answered a few out of order, but we will certainly get there. Question 3, I think, is probably the best place to pick this up. And again, this was a real key, a real sort of key topic that came out of the earlier hearings and the earlier stages around, okay, you've got a strategy, and we understand the sort of spatial geography, and we understand the sort of the bare bones of that strategy. But then how, in choosing to allocate sites, how did the allocation process then adhere to that strategy, or whether maybe it stepped away from it, the justification for doing so. So again, just take us through, be it ED 39 or any of the others, where the evidence correlates allocations to the strategy. I think that's probably the sort of simplest way of putting it. And I think that was probably a point that Mr. Thompson was maybe getting to.
Thank you, sirs. So again, with reference to our response to question 3 in our statements, we spelled out the various evidence that has informed how the allocations reflect the spatial strategy. So without going into that in too much detail, with reference again to paragraph 3.2 of the summary of changes to the spatial strategy and site allocations, that's CD 10.6, that presents the principles of the spatial strategy. And paragraph 5.32 to 5.43 summarize what evidence informed that. We have to remember that we also set out how the proposed spatial strategy and distribution growth is reflected in the settlement hierarchy within our response to question 3, matter 2, issue 2. So within our statement, we do make reference and draw upon table 1 of the strategic policy H1 of the new local plans updated with the most recent trajectory. So we have produced an updated trajectory, you're aware of that. I don't want to get into numbers and details of numbers, but table 1 of our response sets out the distribution of sources of housing supplied by settlement, and hopefully that's a helpful tool going forward. But importantly, the allocations reflect the spatial strategy as follows. The primary focus for strategic growth investment will be at Hamlet Hempstead. And this is supported by 15 allocations, which will deliver a significant number of homes alongside key infrastructure. That's followed then by the market towns of Berkhamsted and Tring, will be the focus for growth outside of Hamlet Hempstead. They're supported by a number of allocations also. And then modest growth beyond that will be delivered to the larger villages above and in Kings Langley and Margate, and that's been delivered through a mixture of allocations as well as permissions. And then outside of that, no allocations are proposed outside of the 6 main settlements. Just be very clear on that. So you'll see from that level, we have considered each site, and I think in terms of the allocations as a very broad strategic one, the most amount of allocations, the most amount of growth is where the focus for growth will be. And thinking and looking about the evidence about the spatial strategy, there's a few important points there. Back in 2020, we'd had the site select or the emerging strategy for growth site selection topic paper, which considered the sites at that time. And we also had a topic paper on the development strategy also, which talked, some extent about how the strategy was formulated. So that evidence is all part of the library, and that was shared with you, sirs. And then we look at the summary of changes to the spatial strategy. we spelled out how the strategy and how it was defined in paragraph 3.2 of C.6. I won't go into that in too much detail, but it lists a number of bullets about kind of what the strategy would do in terms of, considering local infrastructure capacities, housing market conditions, optimizing opportunities for urban capacity, which is strategy, even from the initial outset, has been relatively unchanged. I note also that within the summary of changes of spatial strategy and site allocations, CD 10.6 should be read as a whole, but please note the following, that although changes have taken place with site allocations, the spatial strategy has remained broadly unchanged. That's the first point. That's paragraph 4.3 to 4.6 and 5.44 to 5.49 of CD 10.6. The spatial strategy has had to respond to new evidence demonstrating harm to the Chiltern Beachwoods, special area conservation. That's an important consideration too, about allocations have shaped the strategy, or how allocations have been informed the strategy. And that's paragraphs 5.12 to 5.16 of CD 10.6. And then the strategy too, despite all that, has had to navigate multiple changes in national policy. It has remained relatively unchanged. Paragraphs 3.4, 4.6, 5.7, 5.21, 5.32 of CD 10.6. And that is very much looking at the strategy down and probably looking at the broad principles. And then obviously we've talked at length also about the site-specific evidence. And looking again, the Council's response to matter 2, issue 3 on the site selection methodology. That's something I think we won't go into detail here, but I just want to allude to that. It's important. And a useful summary of what evidence informed the spatial strategy is also set out in paragraph 5.32 to 5.43, the summary of changes to the spatial strategy, CD 10.6. In 2020, you're aware of it, we had a topic paper about site selection. That was the starting point for summarising the approach to selection of sites and allocations. And Appendix A of that topic paper evidenced how each site was carried forward or discounted at various stages. So that has been an incredibly thorough process, and that has been revised through the most recent evidence and refreshed, I would say, through ED 39A, just for your benefit, to demonstrate how each and every site that the Council has received and considered has been assessed.
So just in terms of the strategy, and we won't go back over strategies. We have talked about that before, but just in terms of site selection methodology, which is what we're talking about today, can you point us to one or more examples where you've taken the strategy into account? So in your reasoning, going back to again reasoning as to why you've allocated sites, take us to an example where you've considered a site. It may be a site you've discounted, it may be a site that's in the plan, but where the strategy and the distribution of growth has been a key factor in your decisions.
I can take that one, just the back page. So for London Road Markyate, I think it's Mark 14R, ED39, page 148. Well, actually, sorry, it starts on 147. And then the second paragraph, given the strategic case to allocate some growth in Markyate, refers back to the consideration of the strategy within the sustainability appraisal. We consider the allocation is justified. And then the following paragraphs set out our kind of justification based on the tables presented above for that.
Mr. Thompson, I'll bring you at this. I cut across you, and I think it was a point you wanted to make around question 3.
Thank you, sir. Well, where we were getting to really was that there, we're not just talking about the comparisons of the individual allocations, but I've been trying to find within the plan a strategic approach that justifies the quantum of development that is directed to each of the towns in the borough. And it feels like we only have a kind of post hoc rationalisation for each site to say whether or not, and each site in the justification says whether or not they deliver the vision and strategic objectives. But the vision and strategic objectives don't mention any of the towns in the borough individually. So how do we connect the vision and strategic objectives with the approach that's been made, not just to each individual allocation, but to the amount of development that is directed to each individual part of the borough? It feels like there's this jump, this disconnect from the vision and strategic objectives to allocating sites in the towns without, as I say, a kind of rationale, a spatial or strategic justification for that level of development in each area. And obviously, we come at that from the perspective of the impacts on the national landscape. And in relation to that, particularly, we note that the overall spatial strategy is, as it is in the plan, has stayed the same since 2020, despite the fact that the MPPF was amended in 2021 to insert an additional policy in relation to the setting of the national landscape. There's no evidence that in anything I've seen in the plan that accounts for that. And then in 2023, the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act strengthened the duty of regards to the national landscape to a duty to seek to further the purposes of the national landscape. And again, there's no evidence in any of the site selection or in the background to the strategy of how either of those two significant changes to the policy and legal context have been taken into account in preparing the plan.
So is your position that the site selection methodology hasn't taken into account constraints, or that site selection methodology hasn't or isn't linked appropriately to the strategy, or is it a bit of both?
It's sort of both, but I avoid the use of the word constraint as the NPPF does. We're talking about an area or asset of particular importance where development that is appropriate to that area can take place, and where otherwise care needs to be taken with the scale and location of development. I think it has to be emphasised that the NPPF does not use the language of constraint, despite what the current government prefers to use in terms of its labels that it applies to these valuable, critical assets for the nation's infrastructure. Just because they're natural doesn't mean they're not as vital as any other infrastructure.
Thank you, sir. I've got 5 short points. First of all, the strategy from the outset was about proportionate growth under the hierarchy. It's replete throughout all the documents that when you start back in the hierarchy settlement right at the beginning in set 101, that's what it talks about, proportionate growth according to scale and sustainability of each of the settlements. That's the first point. The second point is that the proportionality or the disproportionality of the growth at Tring was a central issue from the beginning. We've got it in the sustainability appraisal in 2023 at paragraph 7.1.1. We've got it in the sustainability appraisal 2024. It's all about the disproportionate growth of Tring. Third, the figures are really quite startling. They're at paragraph 47 of our note to you for today. But Tring is going to expand by about 46% in terms of the number of homes. Hemel Hempstead by 27%, Berkhamsted by 15%, and the area as a whole by 24%. And so the fourth point is, where do we find, consistent with the spatial strategy, any justification for that loading of Tring with significant disproportionate growth? And it's a rhetorical question, but where is that? And we haven't been able to find it. in the essay, the healer, or in any of ED 39 or 39A. And we can't find any exposition, fifth point, as to why a more proportionate growth scenario has been discounted. So again, that comes back to comparative assessment. Where has a comparative proportionate growth analysis been done to show why the disproportionate growth of Tring is appropriate? I should add, of course, that that's all a function of East of Tring allocation.
Well, respectfully, sir, we agree. The thought I had prior to the break, and it recurs, and I mention it because I think it might be helpful, is that what we're really dealing with here is the difference between macro and micro analysis. Your questions 2 and 3 are really macro in nature, aren't they? They are asking about a comparative exercise, a comparative analysis, macro questions. And we looked for the macro answers in the sustainability appraisal. We didn't find them because many of the judgments were fed in rather than coming out. CD 10.6 is not the answer, although it has been mentioned as if it might be a couple of times. You can see from it itself that it was an input into the essay, so that doesn't help. So what keeps happening is that you ask macro questions and you get micro evaluation back, and ED 39, 39A and 40 are yet further examples of micro evaluation, in other words, site assessment, rather than macro work providing the comparison that you have asked for. Now, what Mr. Howe-Williams said, and I don't disagree with this aspect of it, is that macro judgment, that comparative evaluation is a matter of planning judgment. Don't disagree with that. But where is it that we find that planning judgment articulated up at that macro level? And so we find ourselves still none the wiser when we ask questions as have been posed today, such as having regard to a hierarchy in which Hemel Hempstead is at the top, Tring and Berkhamsted are then, if you like, on a par. We find Berkhamsted's got about half the amount of growth that Tring has. Where do we find that macro analysis to explain why that is? And so far as Greenbelt is concerned, again, essentially the same point goes. And again, ED 39 is prayed in aid as if it provides us with the answers. It doesn't at a macro level, but when you get down to the micro level, it's fraught with problems, particularly on Greenbelt, because it referred, as you remember, to the 2016 study, not the 2020 study. And we also, as soon as we interrogate at micro level, which you've not wanted to go to, and I fully understand that because you're wanting to get to the macro bit first, but as soon as you do get into that micro analysis, it's really problematic. We find that the judgments are not sound, not robust. So there's an issue about transparency in terms of that macro level and an issue about robustness at the micro level. And that is true for question 2, and it's also true for your question 3, we would say.
This is a point we discussed before under spatial strategy. I think I asked the question, this isn't a plan where, and some plans do this, I have done it, this isn't a plan where it sets specific percentages of growth. We're not looking at, I think, can we agree, can we not, that we're not looking at Tring and Berkhamsted to have the same percentages? That's not what we're looking at. It's a site. The allocations in the plan are led by sites that are put to the council. So there's no this sort of magic, right, okay, you're going to have 10%, 10%, 20%, 20%. We're not looking at that. It's more, it's the proportionate growth between the two, using Tring and Berkhamsted as an example, where you're concerned that, again, at that macro level, there isn't that sort of reason, justification for why it's done that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, essentially, it's a matter for them to set the strategy. But if you've got a strategy which should sort of operate like a pyramid, but you can see that one side is quite lopsided, you think, well, that's right, you can choose that as a matter of planning judgment. Could we please, though, have an explanation? Because we can see that Berkhamsted is the bigger settlement, slightly better located railway station, so all other things being equal, we'd expect to see a bit more growth at that, but that's not what we see. So why is that?
And this is something we talked about last time. The council's position may well be that as part of the strategy and as part of the preparation of our local plan, we're led by the sites through call for sites, through developers putting sites forward, etc., etc. So we haven't got that perfect triangle. We haven't got that Berkhamsted and Tring are the same, because in our judgment, and you know, we can accept there's differences of opinions, but in the council's judgment, the sites at Tring are justified and the sites elsewhere are not justified. So how would you respond to that proposition?
I would say that that is really dignifying what we've got beyond what's justified, because we haven't got that macro analysis full stop. We've just got a series of micro judgments about how an individual site is performing. As you've said, and I think if I say so rightly, you don't have that overall analysis as it relates to all the sort of opportunities and constraints. You don't have it in the essay, you don't have it in ED 39. So where is it that we're getting this reasoning, the planning judgment articulated? That's what's underlying this, is that we're sort of at cross purposes. We keep asking macro questions and getting micro answers.
Thank you, sirs. There's a few points to digest there, and Katie can come in on some points of detail shortly. But there's a couple of points I think I just want to kind of raise first, perhaps. Noting, obviously, we've made reference to CD 10.6 and revisions and changes to strategy, but I also set out in my introduction this morning to the fact that we did do a topic paper on this development strategy in 2020. That is PCD 04.1, and I note within our evidence that we did also say that the strategy has been broadly unchanged over a period of time. And CD 10.6 deals with kind of those changes and, you know, material changes and other changes within that. But just going back to PCD 04.1, I appreciate it's 2020, but ultimately it was the first time that the council produced and set its preferred approach on this. And within PCD 04.1, it is broken down into a number of sections. Local context and challenges is section 3, which looks at meeting development needs, supporting infrastructure, the settlement hierarchy is set out there. Sustainable development, responding to climate change, environment and planning constraints. And then section 4 goes specifically into how did the strategy evolve? And that considers previous starting points, the previous core strategy, the issues and options consultation feedback received from that about what direction should we be going. And then it goes into other factors such as the green belt, Hemel Garden communities, duty to cooperate, SA, HABS regs, education planning, transport planning. And that is all part of that section 4 of that document. That's good 17 pages of summary information there. And then section 5 then goes in to discuss what reasonable alternatives have been rejected. So beyond where we're focusing growth, we've also set out evidentially where we've looked at other options, locating growth in the countryside, new settlements, significantly expanding larger villages, accommodating growth in the Chilterns national landscape. Then the AONB is specifically evidenced, and exporting growth to another council area. And we've been through a lot of that, I think, through the earlier stages. But in terms of the evidence, you know, we have explored these options, and as I've been very clear, we haven't sought to revisit and reinvent. If we were seeking to revise our strategy, we would have consulted on it, and we would have consulted on the reasons for that. So that's just a couple of points there, I think, as a starting one.
I really sort of just that reference you gave us to the background paper, the development strategy.
Yes.
CD, no, it wasn't
Right.
PCD.
PCD 04.1.
0401.
04.1, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And
And
sorry, can I just ask, so I've gone through that. If you look at table 3.3, that says summary of proposed housing development by settlement, which has the amount of housing for Hemel Hempstead, Berkhamsted, Tring, da, 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 da. And you were talking about how that document refined the settlement strategy. So what's fed into table 3.3? Is that what's above it?
yeah, it is had regard to like the local context and the evidence we've discussed, you know, the settlement hierarchy, the scoring profiles of the settlements, their sustainability, their ability to accommodate additional growth. You know, that is all kind of summated within that, and that drew upon those various factors and elements. This table 3.3 is in essence kind of been updated now. At the time, apologies, updated within our response to question 3, where we've kind of set out, you know, the allocations relative to windfall and commitments for each settlement. But you'll see at that time in 2020, this isn't new. Tring was accommodating more growth in 2020 than it wasn't, you know, at Berkhamsted. That circumstances, you know, was there at that time and was consulted on at that time. And we took account of the comments and representations received. So where we are now is not something that is new, not something that we have plugged in at the 11th hour, because, you know, government saying we now need to meet a target and you need to get your plans finalized and done that. This is something that has been consulted on and been part of our strategy from the outset. Now, whether it's 500 homes or 1,000 homes or whatever, but the principle that Tring was always going to accommodate growth has been thereabouts and been subject to consultation and revisions over time. So if that's okay, I might just pass over to Ms. Mitchell. We're up. Okay, thank you.
Just on that there, I think this goes back to the point that Ms. Murphy was making. We've got those tables and we set it out, and yes, it's clear, and the strategy's been clear. We've talked about this a lot. Where do you then grapple with, if you allocate A, B, C, and X, Y, Z, how that then accords with that strategy? So this is the point that representations have been making throughout this process, that there's been this sort of, I'll use the phrase, but take it loosely, as this sort of over allocation in Tring, and how that then skews the strategy. So where do you then grapple with that? So you set it out, yeah, we know what the strategy is, and we're accepting then that Berkhamsted and Tring are taking additional growth. Where do you take into account that then nuanced point about how much growth?
I think I can point to some detail within the sustainability appraisal, because that assesses strategy options. We tested 10 growth scenarios on a comparative basis, including lower growth options at Tring. Sorry, your microphone's not on.
Sorry, just take me through, when you refer to those documents, specifically the documents and the pages that you refer, just so Mr. Britton and I are abundantly clear as the evidence you're referring to.
Mm-hmm. See if I can get Ronan on page numbers. It's table 6.2, which I don't have the page number for, I'm afraid, but I will.
Page 65.
65, thank you. So it's table 6.2, CD 03.1, and that just sets out the summary of the growth scenarios. So again, my point that we did test lower growth scenarios as part of that in settlements. And then say it's paragraph 6.17.2, which states that scenarios 7 and 8 are shown to have merit. They're both ranked first under 8 topic headings. So 6.17.2. so that sets out the kind of real summary of the results of that comparative assessment of the different growth scenarios and which ones performed well under the headings. Then we've clarified our approach to which scenario we selected in ED39 and say that we've dealt with this kind of concept of disproportionate growth. Again, through the sustainability appraisal, it addresses directly a paragraph reference, it's 5.4.47, which essentially sets out that there's a stronger case of allocation for strategic growth to the east of Tring now. And then actually as part of the sustainability appraisal assessment that was undertaken, so that assessment of growth scenarios, again, I need to really bounce around this document, 6.7.2, which is the assessment of communities, specifically recognises that the higher growth strategy under consideration was described as disproportionate in 2023. However, the situation has evolved to some extent given more detailed work and testing as part of, and then it kind of goes on to explain the detail of what's happened. So that has been assessed throughout the appraisal too, or considered within the appraisal too.
Yeah, and I think this is where people, again, I don't mean to put words in people's mouths, but I think this is where people are really struggling with the story. And again, just please correct me if I've got this wrong. Paragraph 6.7.2. Focusing on Tring, it is recognised that the high growth strategy currently under consideration was described as a disproportionate level of growth in 2023. However, the situation has evolved to some extent given much detailed work testing as part of the planning application process for land east of Tring. That's the sort of crux of it, and I think that's where people are struggling. And I think to be really sort of brutally honest, that's the people around the table, and again, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, people around the table, I think, feel that for Tring, what the council has done, and again, I'm just summarising the reps here, what the council has done and what the SA has done is said, we recognise that there's potentially a disproportionate amount of growth in Tring, but we've had this plan application come on our books and it's resolved all the technical matters and therefore we'll just allocate that. That's, I think, how people feel that this local plan has come to be. And I think where people struggle is they don't see that sort of, as Miss Murphy said and others have said, they don't see that sort of storytelling and chronological process and testing and evaluation as to, okay, we need to release land from the greenbelt, we need to meet our housing needs. Tring has got A, B, C, and X, Y, Z. It's second in our hierarchy, it's a sustainable location, and it's got this much growth. It's just jumped straight to, and it does happen throughout the evidence, it just jumps straight to, oh, we've had a plan application, all the technical matters have been resolved, we'll allocate that site. I think that's where people are struggling, and I really want you to tell me where that's not the case. Where does the evidence tell Mr. Bristow and I that land east of Tring is justified and your methodological approach to allocating it is sound?
Thank you, sir. I think this possibly goes a little bit back to the starting point of the nature of the question and the request for evidence that you've undertaken, and I understand that. So, obviously, we've talked about the strategy, we talked about allocating road, and what we'll say about ED 39, and indeed 39A and 40, demonstrates that we have looked at all of the land, suitable, available, and achievable, around each of our main settlements. And you will see that there's people here representing sites not in the plan from other parts of the borough, including at Barkhamsted. And we've looked at that as holistically as we can. We have said, right, small sites, not looking to deliver anything other than homes, big sites looking to deliver lots and lots of information and lots and lots of infrastructure. And within ED 39, you will see, as we've talked about already, and looking at the reason justification, you will see that within that, we have now, in addition to our most recent justification, we presented our justification from 2020 for these sites about why they were appropriate at that time and where we feel circumstances might have changed in light of evidence. So there are certain sites where we know flood risk, our evidence is discounted certain sites, and we know other sites where we know they're still trying to secure a SANG, for example. That's not saying they are bad sites. That's not, they are there because they are potential candidates. But we can't allocate things where we feel we do not have the evidence or the ability to robustly defend them at the same time. And that has helped shape it, and naturally as part of that process, even from 2020, as set out in our evidence then, has pointed towards slightly more growth at Tring compared to Berkhamsted. But notwithstanding the fact that Hemel Hempstead is still taking a significant amount of proportionate growth. But we have followed a process where we've looked at every site around those settlements. To all intents and purposes, we presented them in evidence, and we've given our recommendations in regard to the realm, recognizing that circumstances may change over a period of time. When it comes back to, obviously the points of nature is about Tring, and notwithstanding the kind of concerns raised, we do get that. 2023, we did look to reduce growth as part of Regulation 18 at Tring, and that was well received by local residents. We understand that. Our evidence in terms of CDO6 talks about what's happened since then. We have been very clear mandated that we need to get plans adopted. They need to be meeting standard methods. We're now getting new targets that say we need to identify land for 6,000 more homes in due course. But right now, we're looking at a context where we have robustly considered land on the edges of our settlements, culminating the fact that there's a multitude of parties here today representing emission sites as well as sites in the plan. Some are saying our evidence is absolutely robust, our process is transparent, and then those who are not in the plan saying our evidence is not robust. So I think there's just a few points on that, and I think that's the reason, the purpose, and the narrative of the ED39 being quite important to stitching the bottom-up approach of here's our HELA sites, and then our detailed evidence testing, as well as our strategy coming down from above. And ED39 is to basically try that bit in the middle. That base says we've taken a long list of sites, and we've taken more than, as set out in the SAA, could feasibly deliver more. But that's not to say certain sites don't have problems. And even in Berkhamsted, for example, at a strategic level, you can start at one end of the road and have a piece of land that contributes weakest towards the greenbelt. And you can go to the other end of that road and have a piece of land promoted that's not, that performs more strongly. And then we have to consider all these other elements, such as our updated flood risk, which says groundwater levels along the rivers and the valleys. We have to take that into account before we made our final recommendations. We have looked at the ability to unlock sites through SANG. As mentioned, there are certain sites here, even in their own statements, are saying they're still in the process of trying to find and secure a SANG solution. And that shapes our final recommendations and decisions. And it's partly the reason why the number of homes at Berkhamsted has gone down. But every site is unique in its own circumstances. We have tried to praise them as consistently as we can and take account of any other evidence that's considered material. That might be a garden communities program. That might be an inspector's appeal decision, a Secretary of State appeal decision. They all have to come into our consideration at the end. And it's for that reason that, as a result of this, we feel Tring should take more growth than Berkhamsted, because our evidence and our recommendations are fueled, are based on the fact that, that is an appropriate strategy. But notwithstanding the fact that the table set out within our response to matter 3 basically demonstrates that come 2041, with all of this growth, Tring will still be the 3rd largest settlement behind Berkhamsted. They will both still be market towns. They will both still be expected to deliver their growth. And for that, we feel that's an appropriate strategy.
Can I just get the chronology of something right, if that's okay? The PCDO 401, which is the Development Strategy Background Topic Paper, November 2020, that includes east of Tring, is that right, in terms of the proposed strategy?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then the Secretary of State's decision in respect of Tring was March 2024?
Correct.
But I'm struggling to understand, and this is a potentially a real howler of a question, but in the preferred strategy, that includes east of Tring, but then the council was opposed to it as a planning application?
That is correct. And I've slightly alluded to it. It's set out in CD 10.6. There was the revised strategy for growth that took account of the narrative nationally about wanting to afford greater protections to the greenbelt, that already set out within the existing NBPF, that, greenbelt in itself, should not justify, or, may be a reason to justify a lower housing requirement. They were narratives that were being consulted on by government at that time, which shaped that 2023 consultation. And then we looked at our evidence in light of that, and what we did end up in 2023 was a strategy that focused really outside North Hemel, exceptionally, at land that performs the weakest against greenbelt purposes at that time.
Thank you, inspectors. Yeah, I'll try and be as brief as possible. This is very much obviously aligned with the comments and concerns just discussed, but this is very much framed around your question, sirs, in ED 36 regarding whether the strategy provides or needs to provide a choice and mix of sites. And obviously, we would say that's well founded in national policy as a question. So I'm going to set 3 propositions that consider that with reference to the strategy, and then I'm going to consider whether the council's position effectively counters those propositions or not, or whether if we don't have answers, then you can't conclude the strategy is appropriate. And spoiler alert, we don't think you can. So the first proposition is that the absence of small and medium sites is not consistent with the spatial strategy. And we know that because the council set out in 2020 a far broader range of sites where it considered that exceptional circumstances were capable of being demonstrated. They would have numerous benefits in terms of diversity of supply, choice of supply. The council then made wholesale changes just alluded to in terms of 2023. And then there's been something of a hokey cokey in terms of what we've got in front of us now. As we said this morning, the correct approach is to go back and look at that process iteratively in terms of where you have a range of sites that are capable of demonstrating exceptional circumstances, consistent with the spatial strategy. You look at them throughout, particularly where concerns have been raised, as is the case here. And obviously, we're not going to go into the detail here, but it's just to be clear that we very much disagree that the local authority has been consistent in those site assessments, that it has consistently across the piece of alternative sites considered new information available to it. And had it done that with all the sites in the 2020 topic paper, we'd have their position on those technical considerations of whether they should or shouldn't have changed matters, whether they are or are reasons to rule out sites even where exceptional circumstances are capable of being demonstrated. Second proposition. An absence of small and medium sites is inconsistent with minimising greenbelt harm. That's looked at through ED40, we've discussed it at length this morning, but I think it's almost universal across the table that where the council has got to results in picking sites that are higher in terms of greenbelt harm than both some large and small sites that are now rejected from the plan. And that is obviously material in terms of whether the spatial strategy is appropriate, balancing benefits versus harms. And the third point, which I won't labour because we're not here to discuss omission sites, but it is true, it is inconsistent with meeting a range of housing needs to not have a choice and mix of sites in the plan. And obviously reference there can be things like specialist housing for older people. So all those show why a choice and mix of sites should be central to determining whether the spatial strategy is appropriate and the process that the council needs to have gone through in the selection of sites. So then with reference to the council's hearing statement at paragraph 1.3.3, the council says, the allocations in the Dacorum local plan to 2041 are sites that make the most significant contribution towards meeting housing needs, as well as the infrastructure necessary to support planned growth, in addition to the proposed allocations. So that's expressly saying that the council, notwithstanding these wider choice and mix of sites considerations that should underpin the spatial strategy, has effectively focused on the bigger sites. It's the simplest way to summarise it. And I'm sorry, but there is no support for the council through the sustainability appraisal in terms of what that does in terms of growth options to assess sites. Because as we looked at, and I'm not going to labour at length, it simply doesn't treat sites as reasonable alternatives. In some cases, it only says they're capable of being reasonable alternatives if they're mixed with something else, which plainly isn't the case if your plan is capable of and should be providing a choice and mix of sites. And then paragraph 1.3.3 of the hearing statement goes on to say that the spatial strategy also provides for a proportionate but realistic level of windfall development. Obviously, we say that the plan is going to have to go significantly further than that in terms of support for growth on unallocated sites because it doesn't meet needs in full and it leaves a number of specific specialist housing needs unmet. But we are where we are. The council says that by effectively focusing on sites that make the largest contribution, and with the concerns we have, there's still a reliance on large unidentified windfall sites. Well, yes, there is, but that actually takes you away from.
I'll stop you there because I think we're going a bit off track and off topic. Mr. Siegel?
Yes, thank you. Probably covers both questions 2 and 3. Given, as already been said this morning, we certainly believe that the process has really been outcome-led. A major concern is that since hearing 1, there have been 3 applications for planning consent and 2 further applications which are amendments, one of which I think included removing affordable homes. There are others in the pipeline, and then to my left, of course, we have Dacorum with potentially 1,000 homes for Berkhamsted. The windfall figure for Berkhamsted is 286. At the moment, with the applications in the pipeline, we are over 400 windfall, plus potentially Dacorum. So great concern is this, where exactly does the plan sit, given what is actually going on the ground at the moment, and the pressure from the government for the number of new homes that someone's got to build, because they don't build anything. So where does this leave the plan process in terms of, if you like, effectiveness, robustness, and the general authority of the plan-making process? Where will we be? Because at the moment, Berkhamsted is looking at potentially sort of in excess of 1,600, and good Lord, it could well exceed well over 2,000 over the planned period. So that is our concern.
Just coming back to the question that you posed, which is, if I may say so, a pretty reasonable one. Do the allocations actually reflect the spatial strategy, and where do we find the thinking on that? What the council's just told you is that you should look to the sustainability appraisal primarily, and you've been given a series of references to it. I have one eye on the clock, so presumably you're quite happy to go off and look at those without me making submissions on the detail of it. But the references were 5.4.47, 6.7.2, and 6.17.2. In my submission, the answer to your question is not contained there. We do not find an evaluation, still less a judgment, about the extent to which the allocations are not consistent with or contrary to, supportive of, or undermine the spatial strategy set out in SS1. And I would just add, we also find some faulty analysis at the micro scale as far as our site's concerned at 16.7, 6, 17, 4, and 5, which we pointed out last time. I won't repeat. And then you come to the sort of punchline of all of this in section 7, which is a purported explanation of the preferred approach. And again, you do not find within that analysis of whether or not these allocations are consistent with, etc., the spatial strategy, which is precisely why at the end of the session, looking at the sustainability appraisal, amongst other things, you are then in a position in which you are asking the council for further articulation of their position on this, and that's when we then get ED 39, 39A and 40. It was that dissatisfaction with the content of the reasoning within the sustainability appraisal, and in my submission, ED 39, etc., doesn't still doesn't resolve the point.
One thing that Mr. Bristol and I did do in our initial findings letter, and this really sort of wraps up questions 4 and 5 really are about the green belt and exceptional circumstances and again how you came to those sort of conclusions. Question 6 is a point about the sustainability appraisal, which has been through, and I'll take the council's response to that as read. I do want to spend the next sort of like, we can sort of go into lunch a little bit, sort of 20 minutes, half an hour or so if needs be. Just understanding questions 4 and 5 was around, again, your judgments as there being exceptional circumstances for greenbelt release. And why it's relevant is if you go to our initial findings letter, and I'll go to the version that's on the council's website, just so everyone's got the same place. So this was our letter dated 6th of October last year. What we asked the council, or we tasked the council with doing, with providing a succinct commentary on the reasons and judgments made as to why certain sites progressed to allocations, but others were discounted, or direct reference to why this currently exists. It should be on a site-by-site basis. And also, number 2, a list of all greenbelt sites proposed for release, along with a justification for allocation having regard to reasonable alternatives, including sites which are found to cause less harm to the purposes of the greenbelt. And that was a key part of the discussion last time and a key part of the discussion this time. So where do we find, it's a specific question that we've asked, so where do we find a list of sites that are proposed for allocation and release from the greenbelt, and how they then compare with other sites, maybe on a settlement by settlement basis, if that's easier to do so. And that's a real comparison as to, are they causing less harm or more harm to the purposes of including land within the greenbelt? Where do we find that? Or do we not find that because the council didn't do that? So really important questions is question 2 really in our initial findings. Where do we find the sort of comparison of impact on the greenbelt, and then that real critical link as to why you've allocated that site?
Okay, sirs, thank you. So again, as set out at the start, we give real careful thought to the precise requirements of both questions in the order we are trying to be as clear and consistent as we can. And your second question, a list of all greenbelt sites proposed for release, along with a justification for their allocation, having regard to reasonable alternatives, that is spelled out in our ED 40 document.
Just to be abundantly clear then, so just take me exactly to where that's set out, just so everyone can be clear.
DBC ED 40.
So within that document deals with those specifically for allocation, which was part of the question. Then there is a narrative in the final column. So just running through that, you will see first column site name, second column the HELA reference. And each of these sites are represented in ED39 also. That's important. But these are just the ones for allocation. I'm dealing with the specific one. And then what it does, it draws upon the Greenbelt Stage 2 parcel and overall assessment. So just taking the overall assessment, recognizing that it may form part of a wider parcel that contributes towards those purposes. We've been kind of through that process, I think, as part of the initial hearings. And then the next column is the summary of the Greenbelt Stage 2 further assessment conclusions, to which I think some people have flagged the fact that, some parts went to a further assessment in that Stage 2 study. And some of them, as a result of that, identified smaller parcels of land for release. But we wanted to be clear, recognize that there's an overarching, this is the land, all of the land on the edge of our settlements, and this is what it scored. And then there was a further assessment for a select number of parcels. So we want to be consistent in that third column, but also be clear and transparent about the additional work in column 4. Then the final column is officer's view and the justification for their allocation compared to the reasonable alternatives, which were found to cause less harm. And then that just talks as a narrative. It doesn't, sorry, you're about to come in.
Just thought, where does it do that then? So you said you said that the third column then considered it against the reasonable alternatives.
So if I just take an example, if we can take the first one, this is ED14, the first site is Polehanger Lane. Yeah, so within that, you'll see in the final paragraph of the final column there for that one, it says, having regard to alternative sites, officers contend that the allocation of Polehanger Lane offers sustainability benefits over other sites, which are assessed to contribute to a lesser level to the purposes. The site is located within Hemel Hempstead at the top of the settlement hierarchy, and it enables the scale of development which meets the wider objectives of the spatial strategy. It will provide new infrastructure, including a primary school, community facilities, sustainable transport improvements on special types, and housing to meet identified needs. So just being clear before there's a follow-on to this, that is dealing with the sites in the plan. And I think going back to the question, that's the sites, and comparing it to the reasonable alternatives. You're now asking for the comparative exercise of where is it clearly spelled out, this site performs against strongly, these other sites that maybe are not in the plan contribute perhaps more weakly, I guess. And that's where we go back to ED39, and that is where we need to look at ED39, because that considers all of those sites that are suitable, available, and achievable on the edge of our settlements, our 6 main settlements, that have the potential to meet the strategy. And within that, against each one, there's a greenbelt assessment with a RAG status, subjective or otherwise, it is there. And that spells out for each and every one of those sites, including those not in the plan, and indeed those we call emission sites today, and those are on the table, they are in there, and their site is in there and demonstrates that their site has, performs, in some instances, some sites perform better in the greenbelt terms, but in terms of the overall conclusion, and going back to something I said about 10 minutes ago, there are other factors at play. And the reason why sites are not in the plan is not necessarily because they're not good at delivering homes. It may be there are other factors and other evidence that have resulted in that. So going to the point about greenbelt on this, it's important that it is part of it, and we've always said it has been part of our informed judgment. I think just being explicitly clear from where we left off before the break, ED39, in our view, in the council's view, represents our site-by-site exceptional circumstances case in terms of the overall recommendations and conclusions, but that needs to be read in the context also of ED40, which is those sites in the plan and why we have considered them, allocated them relative to alternatives.
I don't mean to keep going back to the tree example, and I know that there are other, obviously, sites and issues in the plan where people have raised similar concerns about their sort of their patch and their sites. But if you look at ED40, correct me if I'm wrong, but for land east of Tring, it's the same summary as ED39. Yeah,
That's
so
correct.
It's a sort of cut and paste, and I feel a little bit like a broken record here, but I get it. Mr. Bristow and I go to ED40, we go to ED39, and again, we just don't feel, if we're being sort of open and honest about it, that there's really, where do we go for the workings out? We're going to talk about this site on Thursday. Where do we go for the workings out to understand how you've got to this situation? You talk about decision was refused solely on grounds of balance of harm. It's the green belt, and then you say officers through separate evidence consider that exceptional circumstances now exist to remove this site. We don't find that. We don't find that in SS 07.1. What we find there is a very high level, we need to be at housing needs, there's nowhere else for it to go. Where do we find that real sort of conclusion of this is an appropriate strategy for Tring? We've looked at different sites. Yes, this one may contribute strongly to purposes of the green belt. However, it's got this going for it and that going for it. And going back to the point that Ms. Murphy's made, at a strategic level, yes, it does skew the spatial strategy, or it's not in accordance with the spatial strategy. However, again, this is the reason, this is our judgment, these are our workings out. Where do we go to get that information?
Thank you. Again, I don't want to probably repeat myself, and I feel we may end up going around in a circle here, but I will just try and paint a picture, and forgive me for the focus on Easter Tring just because of the narrative. I don't revisit. Taking the pro forma for Easter Tring on paragraph or pages 114, 115, 116. Yes, we're back to ED 39. So I'll just take an example of this and why it's important that says, yes, the decision is important, but that's by the by to our evidence, because we've seen that to justify sites and allocations in our evidence and reflecting the fact there was a draft allocation before. But we have a summary conclusion about the ability of the site to contribute towards housing or economy in certain sites. We have a conclusion about its ability to deliver social infrastructure, including schools, healthcare, other elements. And we basically come to view that there are certain sites that can't do that. And that's weighed in the balance. Then we've got green infrastructure, and you'll see that this site is looking to propose and include a SANG, a 27 hectare SANG, plus 10 hectares of supplementary SANG, as well as a long list of sports facilities. And that's ranked green. Then we look at landscape, and this is our evidence. So the landscape sensitivity study, draft report, that considers the sensitivity of sites across our borough. We've drawn from that, we've cross-referenced it. And we've also made reference that the HELA for this site, as with other sites, where they may be within or adjacent to Chiltern's national landscape. That is our evidence for the purposes of plan making. Greenbelt evaluation, which we talked about today. We make specific reference to what the study identifies as conclusions for this site. And we look then also at flooding, the flood risk assessment, what it says for our site. That is all plan-led evidence for this site as well as for other sites. Then we look at environmental, and that's drawing upon evidence from the HELA as well as other considerations, and recognizing that in this instance, there's a recognition that a small percentage of the site is priority habitat traditional orchard. It's adjacent to the Grand Union Canal. Then it moves on to look at the historic context. There are 3 grade 2 listed buildings within this site. Site is adjacent to Pendley Manor. Part of the southwestern portion of the site is located in the area of archaeological significance. These are things that our evidence for the plan has drawn, and consistently for each and every site. So I'm using one example, but the process is consistent. Then we look at sustainable transport, and we do look in the context of what each site does. Now that is something that is fluid. Obviously, sites can be made more sustainable through development as well. So we have to take the existing context as well as the potential. So development of this site could contribute towards significant public transport enhancements in the area. That's weighed in the balance. And we look at access, and we can see that there is existing access available from Bulburn Road. Then we look at water and wastewater in this context, and we look about what we have heard and learned through consultation with infrastructure providers on these important matters. These things were all in 2020. We're refreshing them and updating them now. And this was done across all sites. And we worked with them in the background before we made our final recommendations. Other utilities, we're very clear about constraints on that, pylons or other easements or other areas where we've identified them. An oil pipeline traverses the site. We've looked at that and taken that into account for this site. We looked at environmental health. It's within the consultation area for the Tring sewage works. We looked at minerals and waste considerations. The site falls outside the sand and gravel belt. And then we look at the viability and deliverability, drawing upon our own evidence for plan-making purposes. And then we go and look and revisit and review and summate 3 different stages of sustainability appraisal. The 2021 that included a specific appraisal of sites. This site was in there, and that was the conclusions in that. We've cross-referenced that. That's our evidence for our plan. We've also looked at the 2023 essay, what that said. We've also included the most recent one too. And then we spell out the officer recommendations, not just most recently, where we were in 2020, what happened in 2023, any reasons for changes, and where we stand today. Now, none of that takes account of the Secretary of State decision. That is everything that's plan-led in our process. But we cannot avoid the fact that because some people say, yes, it is material, we cannot just brush it away and forget about it. It exists, and it's important. And that is why, at the end, it's factored into our overall balance and conclusion for why this site. And we have done that methodically for each and every one of those sites on the edge of our 6 main settlements that we think have the potential to be allocated to meet the strategy of this plan. So I think when it comes to the point of it's all about a Secretary of State decision, or it's all about that, and they've talked about the Banzer Harm and VSE, the starting point has been our evidence, always has been. The same is applied to other sites, to North Hemel, to every site in Berkhamsted has followed that approach. And people may say there's inconsistencies, understand, but to all intents and purposes, with our overarching conclusion when looking and summating that evidence, as well as taking account the benefits that the site can deliver relative to the harm by means of landscape or other reasons, that has all been weighed up in this document in a concise manner that says, yes, there are pros and cons to each site. No 2 sites are the same. We'll come to a rounded judgment, and that, to all intents and purposes, the vast majority of the work in that is evidence-led information for each site in the plan. So I hope that's helpful. I hope that's trying to square a circle. And again, just going back to the point, I think from our view, based on the request and the specific request, we've always seen that evidence in the context of what's the exceptional circumstances. It takes all of those factors into account before coming to a final recommendation. Ms. Mitchell has an additional point, if that's okay.
I just wanted to point back to the original Matter 2 hearing statements, if that's okay. It's Matter 2, Issue 3. Wait, hang on, no. Issue 3, what am I getting right? Issue 2, Question 3, where it says that the market towns of Berkhamsted and Tring will be the focus for growth, accommodating growth via the delivery of new urban extensions as our spatial strategy, and that's, we've said in previous questions, in line with the settlement hierarchy study. So I just wanted to make sure that that was also clear, that when we were looking at allocations in those settlements, our strategy supports a larger scale of growth via the delivery of urban extensions, which can deliver new facilities within these settlements. That paragraph, specifically 2.3.6 of our original statements, then say why the strategy supports a larger scale of growth at Tring and Berkhamsted, but not of a scale that it would affect the provision of services and facilities in relation to the size of the settlement. So we still think that they'll be in line with the settlement hierarchy and the overall strategy of the plan, even if the quantum of growth at the sites are different. I think that the pattern of growth is still consistent with the strategy, and we've set that out within our original statements.
Any other comments then on really sort of question 4 and 5 taken as a whole, really, on just this issue about how the council really grappled with the sort of comparative level of harm or impact on the green belt in the sort of in the workings out in the methodology.
Tony Clements request, thank you, sir. It was a brief point I'd hoped to make a couple of contributions ago, but with reference to ED40, and this is in connection with a point I made earlier, Mr. Leyden said there was a methodical comparison and consideration of each and every site on the edges of the main settlements, which includes Berkhamsted and Tring. Obviously, our interests are in Berkhamsted. And I'm just looking on page 5 in the document ED40 for the BFI site Berk 020R, where the council estimate that this site is considered to perform sequentially better than alternative sites promoted in the settlement. And I would add it's a site for 100 dwellings. My client's site is for 80 dwellings. I don't want to get into the detail, but I have to make the point. So it's deemed to perform sequentially better than alternative sites promoted in Berkhamsted. And it notes, with regard to Greenbelt, the matter we're considering now, it makes the weakest contribution to the purposes. But then when we go to ED39, the point I made earlier, sir, in respect of the land adjacent to Blegbury Gardens site, that site has not been evaluated in Greenbelt terms. There is an admission that it was considered as part of a wider site where it had a moderate impact, but that of itself, it would have a much lower impact. But that hasn't been undertaken. So there hasn't been a methodical assessment of comparative sites within settlements. That work is missing.
Okay, any other points that people wish to raise this morning as to what we've heard? We've gone through a lot, and I appreciate we have focused on Tree. That's not to say that other sites or areas are any less important. That's just where a lot of the representations have been focused, and equally where Mr. Bristow and I have had questions. And I think we've sort of raised those questions and sort of concerns fairly. But is there anything else anybody wants to add in terms of the additional work that the council's produced? Yeah.
Thank you. So it's really just to make sure that the point that I dealt a fairly glancing blow to earlier on in the session actually hit home. And that was that this document, ED40, is expressly predicated upon the 2016 Greenbelt work. It says that in the notes at the beginning on page 2. And we said this in our hearing statement, and indeed I think representation earlier, that we weren't sure why that didn't refer to the Greenbelt Study 3, the 2020 work. And this wasn't just a point of form, it was one of substance too, because what the Greenbelt 2020 material did was produce a long list of sites, which would be then presumably candidate sites, which would be then capable of comparative analysis. And so this is essentially focusing on allocated sites with some comments about others, but not actually, although the word has been used, it's not in fact a systematic or methodical evaluation of this against alternatives. Now we had raised that point about the 2020 work. I hadn't, if we've misunderstood that, then presumably we can be told, but we did say it, and we've not heard any response to it.
I can just cover the Greenbelt Stage 3 point in a bit of detail. The query or the question from the inspectors in ED36 was firstly a list of all Greenbelt sites proposed for release. So that's why I didn't include the long list of Stage 3 sites within ED40. It was a list of proposed allocations, and actually a number of those sites, having gone through the updated site selection process, were assessed in 2020 Stage 3 Greenbelt study in ED39. So it's that's just the nature of the request and why we didn't include other emission sites in ED40. The other point is that the request was having regard to the harm to the purposes. Stage 3 wasn't a purposes assessment, it was a boundary assessment. So while boundaries are important, and we've considered them as part of in our hearing statements and as part of selecting sites, in terms of the request, again, a list and causing less harm to the purposes, we thought to focus on that assessment, which was the level of harm or the level of contribution to the purposes was more relevant.
Well, I mean, that was based, as we understood it, on a previous version of the plan. So they're clearly relevant conclusions within the 2020 work. So we remain, I have to say, at a bit of a loss as to why that was not thought about in the context of this, really important work which you had been asking about, because you weren't satisfied that you'd already had a proper answer to that question.
So the Greenbelt Stage 3 work led on that particular study back in the day. It was never to revisit the conclusions in terms of the purposes assessment, which was Stage 2. It was there to consider the sites that we were looking at allocating in the plan in 2020 to determine the strength of those Greenbelt boundaries and whether there was any further work or any clear indication of where policy requirements might be necessary to determine if more strengthening was required. That's one of the key outcomes of the Stage 3 study. But it never in itself went back to revisit the contribution of land towards the purposes of the Greenbelt. That was the Stage 2 study. And that's why that one is, when we're talking about how much certain land contributes, that is where that line was drawn. Dare I say, it's one of those things that I'm not saying it's a bugbear, but it is a little bit of a bugbear that having been part of other examinations where where Greenbelt studies have been done, Greenbelt land does not change really over time. The outcomes of that Stage 2 study is still robust because, to all intents and purposes, the green fields and green land is still broadly the same as it was back in 2016. So the conclusions that are still robust, we didn't look to revisit and look to update. I get very nervous in trying to update something for the same parcels of land with the potential that it could have a slightly different outcome, and therefore you end up with two slightly different pieces of evidence as part of your evidence base. So it was a conscious decision. We weren't going to look at the purposes assessment in any further detail beyond that Stage 2 study. The Stage 3 study was a point in time for site allocations in 2020, many of which are discussed and about to be discussed over the coming days and weeks. That does consider in more detail, the boundaries of settlements and the boundaries of sites, and whether any particular, additional requirements need to be taken into account as part of our allocation of those sites. I do have one final point before we break, but I'm conscious you may want to come back and have some further questions.
Can I just clarify again chronology, because am I correct, are we correct in our letter to you that talks about the Stage 3 Greenbelt review as informing which sites progress through to a detailed testing stage to proposed site allocations? So if you go to our letter that asked various things that you've been, thanks for the work you've done on that, which is DBC ED36, we say in paragraph 4 of that, the Stage 3 Greenbelt review of 2020 is described in the topic paper, which we've talked about a bit, as informing which sites progress through to a detailed testing stage to propose site allocations. Is that correct?
I would say it is not fully correct. I think it's something we've taken into account, but it in itself has not been the real kind of keystone bit of Greenbelt evidence informing our recommendations on sites. It's more of a technical piece of evidence that looks principally at the boundaries of settlements, boundaries of sites that we were considering at the time, seeing whether or not they were permanent defensible boundaries, including the existing settlements. It suggested recommended changes or where we might need to identify where strengthening is required if we are to choose those boundaries. In that regard, it didn't really stray or go revisit any of the purposes of the Greenbelt as set out in stage 2.
So when you were making your sort of critical decisions then on which sites to allocate, and ultimately which sites would come out of the Greenbelt, what Greenbelt assessment was before you? Stage 2? Yeah.
Correct.
So remind me, how did you then at that stage, because the stage 2 assessment, and this point's been made in representations, the stage 2 assessment was still at a parcel geography, if you like. How did you then make decisions around whether or not there may be exceptional circumstances to release sites when you may have a larger parcel, but there are sites within it? And that's the point that I think Mr. Clements was making. You know, at that stage, how were you reaching those really critical conclusions on which sites to allocate when you had a sort of parcel level analysis and not, as Mr. Clements put it, a sort of site specific level analysis?
Thank you. The best way to probably point this is there's 2 topic papers in 2020. So just go back to when stage 2 was informing our strategy and our sites. We had a topic paper, which was the site selection one, and the appendix B, which we've refreshed and brought up to date. And within that, we have our assessment, summary assessment of Greenbelt, and how each site fared in the context of that stage 2 study. Then, alongside that topic paper, there was a Greenbelt topic paper at the time, and that looked at the parcels also in the context of, well, how they sat in the context of that stage 2 study, but where we and how those sites related to the parcels in the Greenbelt assessment. So what we ended up doing is saying, objectively, this site is within a parcel that contributes X amount. And I think it was alluded to earlier today, where we've gone to a slightly next level and saying, well, sites are smaller or form a small part of this larger parcel. We would expect and assume that its contribution towards those purposes would be less than what is set out within that stage 2 study. And I think some people have made reference to that today as part of, you know, one of the reviews that said their site, and the reflection that their site is part of a larger parcel. We objectively went about and said, yeah, it's part of a larger parcel, or in some cases, the site is very closely matching a parcel assessed in the Greenbelt, and we'd say it's very closely matching that parcel in the Greenbelt. We assume that the conclusions for that parcel are broadly similar to that for the site. Whereas if we say this is a small corner of a parcel, we say this is a small corner of a big parcel, we therefore believe its contribution is going to be much less than what is set out within that study. So we've taken kind of objective assessment on that, and that was set out within the Greenbelt topic paper, and then that summary then fed into site selection topic paper in 2020. We followed the very same process for ED39 in terms of how we come up with our conclusions, considerations of particular sites relative to that study.
Okay, and just a final point from me then. Can we just be abundantly clear, just Bristol and I can sort of take this away. As part of your site selection methodology, did you or did you not consider whether there were exceptional circumstances or whether there could be exceptional circumstances to release land from the Greenbelt on a site-by-site basis? And it was a bit of a contradiction from the answer, so it was abundantly clear what the council did or didn't do in terms of, yes, we've looked at strategy, we've looked at overall, we're going to have to release from the Greenbelt, but when you came to actually looking at which sites to allocate and making those judgments, did you or did you not take into account whether there's exceptional circumstances at a site-by-site level?
The short answer to that is yes, sir. It is set out, and I'll just be very clear on this, it's set out in ED39. It is the officer's recommendation for why certain sites have been allocated. And within that, we consider that constitutes the site-by-site exceptional circumstances case.
Any final comments? I do want to break for lunch. Any final comments on what we've heard? We'll sort of go this way round. If we can just keep to any new or final comments, Mr. Good.
Yeah, it was a very roundabout previous answer from Mr. Leyden previously, but plainly the council had to consider stage 3 in 2020 it did. It had to do so to be consistent with paragraph 147 of the MPPF because it was looking about redrawing grant boundaries, and ED 39 is now not the answer because the council's lost the thread on that comparative assessment and it should have carried stage 3 through to that for all sites, including the new information. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you, sir. It's almost the same point, but with reference to the documents, and I will unashamedly stay focused on Berkhamsted. The British Film Institute Archive Berk 020R and the Greenbelt evaluation drawing from ED 39 on page 82. The council refers, the stage 2 Greenbelt study 2016 identifies the site forms part of a larger parcel, parcels DS2A, which is considered to make the least contribution to the purposes of the Greenbelt. The site is much smaller than the parcel assessed, and therefore it could be concluded its contribution to the purposes would be less than that stated in the study. It then goes on to refer to the stage 3 Greenbelt study, which refers to the southeastern boundary, and then includes criteria within that that evaluates the site under the Greenbelt criterion, giving it a green rating. When we come to look at the next site, the Ledbury Gardens site,